From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
And it is a great day to be alive anywhere where you can hear Westwood One Sports, even at Augusta, where it's going to get into the upper 80s today. Dudes are out there sweating already, wherever you are. Maybe you're headed to a ball game. Maybe you got your eyes on the final few clinching scenarios and positioning in the NBA and Stanley Cup playoffs as those regular seasons dwindle to an end. Or you're obsessed with the draft coming up in just a little more than 10 days, 11 days away from the NFL draft. Or you're locked in on Augusta. We got it all for you here today for the next 5 hours. We are with you on BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app, and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. I'm Chris Mack. She's Kate Constable, about this close to having a baby. This close, Kate.
Yeah, Chris, I mean, we say it every week. It could come this week. I think she's coming this week, and I'm just hoping that we get to the next 5 hours without the water breaking, because we're starting to feel some things. We're starting to see some signs. It's early. Nothing crazy, but there's some action going on.
I'll be honest, I'm here for the content, so if it goes down during the show,
it would be great. It would be great entertainment.
We'll talk you through it. A whole lot of
You'll help me
right
breathe.
Here on the air. Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I need, because clearly I've never done this before. My husband's never done this before. Our first kid, he doesn't know the breathing techniques. Chris, you have 2 kids. You've gone through this. You could probably coach me up a little bit better than he could.
I'll be honest, I was only useful in so much as I let my wife grab my hand and squeeze as hard as she had to. That was it. That was all I was there for. And it was a long time ago, as our youngest is coming up on a 13th birthday. So a lot of those memories are just foggy and hazy in the back of my mind, like the last time the Penguins went to the playoffs, or the last time the Pirates were any good. Happen to be 2 of my teams, happen to be 2 teams that we will talk about briefly at some point throughout today's show. It won't be all Pittsburgh, don't worry. Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation, he is a fellow Yinzer, but he also does the Pump Fake podcast with Todd Haley, so we'll talk ball with him a little bit later. Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show and Lakers Nation on YouTube. He'll join us to get ready for the NBA playoffs as well. And Jeff Feinberg of the Hammer HQ to talk all things Augusta in just a little more than 20 minutes. But let's dive right into the 5 biggest stories of the day right off the top. It's the High Five.
Atlanta's still got starters into the game. McCollum's got the ball. High off the window and in.
The Hawks clinched a playoff spot Friday night. Nothing really happened yesterday in the NBA, but Friday night, Atlanta clinched a playoff spot, and more of those spots are getting locked up, as you heard Eric Collins on Prime Video on the call there Friday night. CJ McCollum has been key. Trae Young out, McCollum in, and the Hawks have come together down the stretch. That's just one of many storylines to keep an eye on as we get ready for the NBA playoffs, Kate. Like I said, still some positioning to be figured out. 5 through 10 in the East, 3 and 4 still up for grabs between the Nuggets and Lakers in the West, as well as a couple other spots. We're down to the final day of the NBA regular season, Kate. What's your biggest storyline right now going in to the NBA playoffs, though?
I'll just focus on the Hawks. The sound we just heard is there, of all the teams, you always hear the saying, you want to play your best basketball at the right time at the end of the season, going to the playoffs. I'm not sure anyone's playing better basketball than the Atlanta Hawks right now. Can they go on and win a title? No. Can they go on and win the East? No. But can they win their first round matchup? Yeah, absolutely. And that would be a big win, I think, for this Atlanta Hawks team. So maybe not the biggest storyline in the NBA right now, but one that I think is pretty intriguing, because they're going to be going up, against the Cavs as of right now?
Yeah.
And that's a matchup I think they could win.
I think that low-key might be the best series, aside from a possible Nuggets-Timberwolves matchup out west. That might end up being the best series in the first round. The Cavs have heated up lately as well. Donovan Mitchell has finally really gotten on track down the stretch. You've got the added impact of James Harden and what that means for the Cavs. Cavs-Hawks could be low-key a great first-round series. I'll tell you, it's more of a long-range storyline, but my biggest storyline going into the NBA playoffs, at least over the next 4 to 6 weeks, before we get to the NBA Finals, does anybody in the East look like they're able to stack up against OKC or San Antonio? Those two teams have five combined losses, I believe it is, since the All-Star break. The Thunder and Spurs are wagons right now. Wemby went off the other night in what would he play, 15, 20 minutes, and he still put up 26, I think it was. Those two teams who are bound for the Western Conference Finals against one another, one of them has to be NBA champ this year. Unless somebody in the East gets it together in a way over the next 4 to 6 weeks that puts a little bit of a fright into one of those two top teams in the West, it feels like the Western Conference Finals could be the de facto NBA championship series. We'll see. There's a long way to go, but at least long range, that's my biggest storyline going into the playoffs as we're on the final day of the regular season in the NBA. Next.
4. On the fake, Love throwing it. Wicks makes the catch. Lunging. He's in. Number 2 for Wicks and another one for Green Bay.
Kevin Burkhardt on the call. I think it was week 13 against the Lions on Fox. A 2-touchdown day for Dontavian Wicks that day. And the Eagles went out and got him. And they have made these little secondary moves in the receiving corps so far this offseason, Kate, that have a lot of people, myself included, wondering, is Howie Roseman setting up the chessboard for a possible A.J. Brown deal? Maybe not at the draft, because we know how hard it would hit the Eagles' cap if they make this move before June 1st. But is Howie getting all of those pieces where he wants them on the board so that when the time comes and Diana Rossini tells him that Mike Vrabel is agreeable to it, he's going to pull the trigger and make the A.J. Brown deal? Should I have gone there too soon?
That's fired. No, I think it's fair. It's fair game. I think that's exactly what's happening. Howie Roseman knows what he's doing. And I also think, I don't think there's any way A.J. Brown's on the roster next year. He's gone in my opinion. He's gone probably in Howie Roseman's opinion, which is why he's going out and getting Wicks right now. If they wanted A.J. Brown on the roster, he would come out and say, we're not moving A.J. Brown. He's staying here. And he's never done that type of thing. And maybe that's some gamesmanship and seeing what he could get there. But I don't think A.J. Brown's on the roster, and I think the Wicks trade, the Wicks move, bringing him in, Dontavian Wicks, it pretty much tells you that exactly.
Yeah, Wicks. You could look at a secondary or even tertiary signing like Elijah Moore. All of these, Hollywood Brown, all of these things that they're doing to sort of stack up receivers behind Devontae Smith if A.J. isn't there in the fall, all sort of point in the same direction. Like I said, Howie Roseman sort of setting up the chessboard for making some sort of A.J. Brown move. Maybe not at the draft, but pointing this Eagles offense in a direction where maybe Nick Sirianni and new OC Sean Mannion actually want it to go. We had the story come out about a week ago about Jalen Hurts and the dynamic and how he doesn't like to go under center and he's checking out to plays that he specifically likes. I think there's a lot of work to do to sort of allow Sirianni and Mannion to get their arms around the Eagles offense and what it actually looks like. And moving on from A.J. Brown would be a huge step in that. We'll dive into that topic in a little more detail later in the show. But next.
3.
This one hangs, and then Ohtani bangs deep right field, and we're tied.
Totally unsurprisingly, as Shohei Ohtani runs his consecutive games on base streak to 45 with that leadoff homer last night at Dodger Stadium, Joe Davis on Sportsnet LA. Totally unsurprisingly, Kate, the Dodgers have the best record in baseball. Okay, we're 2 weeks in. Maybe we pump the brakes and say, first of all, that's what we expected. It's the Dodgers. Second of all, we're 2 weeks into the season. Let's not read too much into anything. But what's crazy is, if you do that thing on the standings page where you sort it by the entire league just to see which teams have the best records right now. You go, oh, Dodgers, second. Oh, my God, the Pittsburgh Pirates have the second best record in baseball. They're 9-5, extra innings win yesterday at Wrigley. I'm asking you this, Kate, as a neutral party, a somewhat neutral party, because you're in Chicago, your husband works the Cubs games. So, look, there's a little bit of Cubby blue in there when you bleed. But at the same time, I consider you as, if you're a non-412 area code, if you haven't been emotionally scarred by the Pittsburgh Pirates over the years, I have to ask this question of you as someone who has 30 to 40 years of heavy emotional scarring built up around the Buccos. Are the Pirates legit?
No, Chris, that's a good question. For now, yeah. Right now, they're legit. They're playing like they're legit. The pitching's been legit. Ashcraft yesterday, 9 Ks, 5 innings. I think they can be legit in the division. Are they legit the number 2 best team in baseball right now? Well, right now, yes, they are. That is legit. Overall, on the season, no, they're not there. But they're playing great baseball right now, and that's all you can really ask for as a Pirates fan. Like, enjoy it while you can. I've been scarred by a lot of my teams in the past, and you just got to take the good as it comes. So, I think the Pirates are legitimate threats within the division. They're going to make. I think they make the playoffs. If that makes them legit for you. I told you, we talked about this, like which team could go from worst to first a couple weeks ago on the show, and I said the Pirates.
So I've done the math, and as a dad who has to help his 7th grader with algebra homework probably 2 or 3 nights a week, it is the bane of my existence, but it's led me down the path of putting together the equation, the math for the Pirates, the Pittsburgh Pirates, in the year of our Lord 2026 to be a playoff team. I'll lay that out a little bit later, just after 1 o'clock here on BetMGM Game Day. Westwood One Sports, Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. We lead off the show every weekend with the 5 biggest stories of the day, the high 5. Next.
2. I can't find one team that tells me they believe he will go in the first round. What you get is a lot of teams that say, yeah, I think someone else will do it. We don't value him there, but we think someone else will do it based on quarterback need, positional value, and because generally those players do get pushed up the board artificially this time of year. But it reminds me a lot of the Shedeur Sanders conversation last year.
Ooh, those are loaded words, a loaded comparison there by NFL draft analyst Matt Miller on ESPN earlier this week. Ty Simpson's going to Pittsburgh for the draft, though. He's going to be in town in a week and a half for the first round. We remember Shedeur Sanders going to the draft. We remember it not working out all that well for Shedeur Sanders, going home, waiting around a couple of days. This is not a question of will he be Shedeur on Sundays next year if he gets an opportunity to play, regardless of where it is. But here's my question to you, Kate. Could Ty Simpson be this year's Shedeur Sanders at the draft in a week and a half?
Yeah, that's not a great comparison to have, is Shedeur Sanders at the draft, because we all know what happened there last year. And I certainly think that could be the case. Matt Miller right there saying, yeah, a lot of teams think that they know where he's going to go, but no one's actually really come out and committed to it. And no one really commits to their draft picks publicly right now, but like there's not a for sure spot that he's going to. And it felt that way with Shedeur last year. This also gives me flashbacks of Will Levis, right? Will Levis sitting in the green room, just waiting. Like it could be something like that. And hopefully Ty Simpson has a better career than Will Levis has had up to this point. But that kind of gives me some Will Levis flashbacks as well.
I mean, he's not putting mayonnaise in his coffee, which is already a better start than Will Levis.
That is much better, yes.
We'll give him that. Yeah, I want to kind of roll through and look at the possible landing spots in the first round. I don't know if any of them really truly make sense. As we ask the question, could Ty Simpson be this draft's Shedeur Sanders? We get to that in about 30 minutes here on BetMGM Game Day. Next.
1.
Better settle down on that line. Settle down.
Careful here. Careful here. Rory is wet at 11.
It did not go well on 11, nor for most of the round yesterday at Augusta National for Rory McIlroy. Went into the day with a massive lead and finished the day tied for the lead with Cam Young, who had a huge day. It was a great day for scoring at the Masters yesterday. A lot of people, I think the average round was somewhere around 70 and a half strokes. Rory, one of the few that was way over par, getting wet at 11, a double bogey there, a couple of missed putts, a lot of wayward drives led to that. And we'll see if he bounces back. If Rory today looks anything like Rory did on Thursday or Friday, Kate, I think he walks away with a victory. And we're talking about cementing his legacy. He'll become just the fourth back-to-back Masters champ all time. You look at the other names that have done it. Woods, Faldo, Nicklaus. He enters that pantheon of greats. And it really pushes all of those memories of missed opportunities at majors over the years way back into the rearview mirror. So small that you can't even see them. But if Saturday's choke job turns into Sunday's loss, Kate, that's also going to haunt Rory and hang with him. I hate to make too much out of one round, 18 holes at Augusta National, but it really feels like Rory's legacy is very strongly tied to what happens this afternoon in those 4.5 hours out on the course at Augusta National. If he wins, legend cemented. If he loses, all the question marks come back to the forefront.
Which I'm sure if you asked him last year, he thought by winning, all those question marks went away. Right? But here he finds himself in that same situation that he's been in so many times before at the Masters. And I mean, you're right. If he wins, I don't think there's any disputing what type of legacy Rory McIlroy has. But if not, it's another collapse late at Augusta, right? And that's been somewhat of his legacy at Augusta, not being able to get over the hump. Obviously, he won the green jacket last year. He even in an interview yesterday kind of alluded to, well, I have my green jacket, so it's okay if things go wrong. Not so sure. And with the way McIlroy ended yesterday's round versus the way Cameron Young ended yesterday's round, one of them is in a very positive trajectory. One of them is not so much, and the not so much is Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, and the one thing I take away, not so much from the round, but what we saw after the round, is that this is lingering with Rory. I understand everybody, especially after a poor round, hits the range to try and work on some things. There was footage out there of him on the range, the last guy left. The place is empty. It's 8 Eastern, and he's still out there working on things last night, trying to figure it out. If he starts to tense up again, if he doesn't play as loose and free and easy as he did on Thursday and Friday, does that continue the collapse for Rory? We've seen him play the first few holes each round this weekend, kind of tight, kind of nervy. If he comes out loose and plays like he really does, okay, I've got that green jacket, I got nothing to lose, I think we see really good, maybe great Rory, and he runs away and takes this thing by the throat. If not, if he comes out nervy, tight, and we've got a race to the finish, because it's not just Cam Young, it's the 9 other guys who are within 5 strokes of the lead, all of whom are, Scotty Scheffler's lurking back there 4 strokes off the lead. Justin Rose, Shane Lowry, who had a hole-in-one yesterday, Sam Burns, who has had a great weekend so far. Those are just a few of the names. We'll see how it plays out, and we'll obviously keep you updated throughout the day on how things are going at Augusta. Obviously, a lot of the names that I just mentioned don't tee off until later, at least halfway through today's show, but we will continue to keep you up to date on the Masters leaderboard and get a view from a guy who definitely knows his golf. Love talking to him. Jeff Feinberg of the Hammer HQ, the Mayo Media Network, and Odds Checker is going to join us to talk final round of Augusta and the Masters, and whether Rory can close it out or the collapse continues. He joins us next alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
I said earlier that Saturday was a great day for scoring at the Masters. Looks like Sunday may shape up that way as well, at least if we're judging by the guys that are out there early. I don't know if the sun and the heat of the day will crisp things up even more and make that harder, but just look at some of the names. I'll run them down for you in a second here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. We'll get Jeff Feinberg of the Hammer HQ in a few moments, but you look at some of the names that have been out there and are well through their front nine, Kate, or all the way through the front nine, and a lot of them have been knocking strokes off this morning. Again, none of these guys are in danger of hitting the first page of the leaderboard by the end of the day, but for example, Keegan Bradley's knocked off a couple strokes through the first 7 holes. John Rahm's 3 under through his front 9 today. Same thing for Gary Woodland. Kurt Kitayama is 2 under for the day so far. And again, none of these guys are going to come back to challenge the leaders today. They're way too far back. But I wonder if it is a sign that if Augusta is playing like a course that can be scored on this afternoon, we really do see a wild race to the finish line. Maybe even, I don't know if we challenge Dustin Johnson's 20 under record from the COVID year, but if we get some really low scores in this final round that push the winning score maybe somewhere up into the high teens, like 14, 15, 16 under.
That would be best case scenario as a fan watching the Masters. Like, you would love to see a bunch of guys go really low today. And oftentimes the weather, it can kind of affect scores. The morning group that goes out, the afternoon, but that's more of like when you have wind and rain and things that are not in that first, early morning grouping or section of the day. I mean, if it's just heat and then maybe the air gets, thicker too, and that affects it a little bit. But I think it's a great sign, at least for a fan, someone watching, that you get some low scores this afternoon.
We'll keep an eye on things, obviously, just to keep you up to date throughout the day on the Masters, even though a lot of the guys in that, say, top 10, top 11 group are within 5 shots of the lead. Don't tee off for a couple of hours yet, and we will get Jeff Feinberg in here momentarily. Top of the hour, is something we saw Monday night a good sign or a bad sign for college sports in general? Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation going to join us in a little less than an hour as well to talk about the NFL offseason and naturally the draft being just a little bit more than a week and a half away as well. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we have a question about somebody and whether they could face an unhappy trip to Pittsburgh for the NFL draft. Trevor Lane going to join us later in the show as well to get you ready for the NBA playoffs on the final day of the regular season as well. I do have a question that I didn't know if we were going to have time to get to today, Kate, but I'll bring it up now. We'll save Ty Simpson for in a couple minutes when we can really kind of unpack that conversation. Have you seen the MLB City Connect jerseys that were released earlier this week?
Yes, I have. And I know you have some very strong thoughts on that, Chris. There are some that are okay. There are some that are, I would give okay at best. There are a lot of really, really, really bad ones. I was looking through them last night. There are a lot of terrible ones that just make no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I like, of the 8 that I think 8 were released, 8 new City Connect jerseys this year for Major League Baseball. There was exactly one that I liked. Now, I really, really liked it, but the other 7, in my opinion, are all just trash. Just trash. We're doing too much here. Like the Brewers one that just says
I was going to say, I hope the Brewers one is not the one you like, because that one might be the worst. But growing up in Minnesota, like, hockey was obviously very big, and all the hockey bros in high school, like, a couple of them went to Wisco, which is going to Wisconsin. So Wisco was used quite a bit in my my high school years of Wisco. You go. We took a trip to Wisco, and the album, the Facebook album title was Trip to Wisco. So like we used it back in the day. I've never heard it for the Brewers or anything like that, or any professional sports team other than high school hockey bros using Wisco to, tell people where they're going to college.
Bro, we got a tournament in Wisco this weekend. You coming?
Exactly.
It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be lit.
Oh gosh, PTSD back to those guys.
There were a couple other ones that I hated too. When we get time a little bit later, I'll just absolutely torch the City Connect jerseys for everybody that didn't like them like I did. Maybe those of you that did like them can stand up for them. You can always join the show at 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Lucky enough to be joined by the man, Jeff Feinberg. Find him at the Hammer HQ. Find him on social media at gfeinberg17. It's the final day, Jeff, the final day at the Masters, and Rory is still clinging like Wile E. Coyote's fingernails in the edge of the cliff before the Roadrunner goes, meet, meet, and he falls off. He's clinging to that lead, a share of the lead. What do you suspect we get from Rory today?
I don't think it could be worse than yesterday, guys. Happy to join you, Kate and Chris. And I just have to interject. I despise Toronto City Connect. I hate them with a passion. They remind me of a T-shirt you could buy at the airport that your like aunt would get you when she visited Toronto. It's like so pathetic.
Oh, is it the black one with like the icicles
Yeah.
hanging from the red Toronto?
No, it's just like the skyline in a black shirt. But I swear I've seen that T-shirt in shitty gift shops downtown in crummy stores, standing beside the "I Love TO" shirt. Like, I think it is
very much an airport shirt. Yeah, that's a great comparison, Jeff.
Oh my God, I don't like to ridicule my 11-year-old nephew when he wears it, but I cannot believe it because their actual jerseys are so nice. Sorry, it's Masters Sunday, but rarely do I have an audience to talk about how much I hate those, and you led me there. Rory's clanging. History shows guys who lose strokes on Saturday do not win on Sunday. Very few times. But maybe he's right where he needs to be, in the middle of a tornado. That could be his comfort zone.
Jeff, how much does it play into the fact that Cameron Young yesterday finished on a very high note? He had a great round, whereas you just talked about Rory and kind of the collapse yesterday, not playing so great. So Rory's coming into this one, you'd have to imagine a little more dejected and nervous after yesterday's round, where Cameron Young's coming in on a very positive, upbeat note.
Cameron Young, although the personalities are not identical at all to Dustin Johnson. He's a church-going family man, no partying, no rumors. But much like Dustin Johnson on a golf course, they are just stoic. You couldn't tell if he made a bogey or he made a birdie. He does not flinch. And that stoic attitude that, is, I love the guy, and, until he finally broke through, was so frustrating at times when he wasn't breaking through. You're be mad you just bogeyed 18 with the tournament on the line. In moments like this, you feel like maybe it can do him solid. So I'm quite excited for Cam Young, and I think his even keel temperament is what would be needed today. But we've seen Augusta get the best of everyone. Doesn't matter, from world number ones and defending champs. We can get anyone. So it's going to be a long day for him, and Rory's very familiar with this chaos.
Yeah, so let me go back to Rory for a second. Jeff Feinberg of the Hammer HQ with us here on BetMGM Game Day, talking final round of the Masters at Augusta. I don't know. I know everybody, especially after a bad round, Jeff. They go out, they hit the range, they get a little obsessive about trying to, replicate the shots that they want to make the next day that they couldn't make that day. But I see footage of Rory out there in the twilight, around 8 o'clock Eastern last night, still on the range, still trying to fix things. Even the janitors have gone home, and he's still out there. And I go, whoa, I need relaxed Rory that we got on Thursday and Friday, who understood that he already had a green jacket in the closet. If he tightens up again today, as he has in the past, is that the prescription for the collapse becoming complete?
You would have to think so. I mean, I've never once heard a major champion in their post presser and media say, I found it on the range on Saturday night of a major championship. We've never heard that before. In fact, I don't know. I mean, we've got all the Golf Channel and the live ats, and we see what's going on after rounds. Can you, the amount of time the guy that won on Sunday spent on the range on Saturday night, historically for all majors, is probably pretty low. Other than maybe a small thing, maybe finished earlier, wanted to get a few more shots in before going home. So, yeah, that's never a good sign. That's never a good sign.
Jeff, this is a loaded question, and we only have about a minute left, so I'm going to make you condense your answer here. But Chris and I were talking earlier, does this affect Rory's legacy if he does collapse here, where his legacy at the Masters is more of kind of not getting over the hump and collapsing, or does the one green jacket cement his legacy altogether, where today doesn't exactly matter in terms of that conversation?
Yeah, I think you can make any sports analogy you want, but it would just be, despite it like being all the majors, it'd just be an all-time great. Who you think? How did that guy finish with one chip? Like, what do we talk? Like, how did that end with only one? And you think of all these, and you add it to the others. That's what the sentiment is. And we did the 10 minutes. The elephant in the room, friends. Everyone's gonna have a great day. But if those guys stay in neutral, Scotty Scheffler's coming to take everyone's lunch. Like, that's the stone cold fact. And I, as a Cam Young truther, I'm scared, Jesus, of what's about to happen.
Jeff, great stuff. We love catching up with you, my man. Enjoy the final round. We'll see where it goes with a good 10 or 11 guys all within 5 shots of the lead. And it looks, at least early, like people are going to be able to score today at Augusta. So enjoy the final round, my man.
All the best, Chris. Thanks so much. See you later, Kate.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks.
See you, Jeff. Jeff Feinberg of the Hammer HQ. Find him on social media at gfeinberg17. That's the one thing with all the talk coming out of yesterday's round, Kate, about Rory's Saturday collapse, about Cam Young's hard charge, and, even have people talking Shane Lowry because he had the hole-in-one. Like, Scotty's right there. And all it takes is, if he gets hot, he'll rip off 4 or 5 birdies in, 5, 6, 7 holes. And before you know it, he's right there in the lead as well. And it feels like a day. Like I said, I'm not harping too much on the fact that people are shooting well on the front 9 so far in the early pairings that are out there. But it looks like a day where a lot of ground could be made up really easily near the top of the leaderboard.
I also wonder if Scheffler loves the position he's in because he's always a focus point in any tournament, but like right now, all the pressure, all the talk is on what's going on with Rory right now, where Scheffler's just kind of hiding a little bit in the wings. And that's a great spot for him to play loose, to play confident, and just kind of build on the round he had yesterday. I think that is a very scary, if you're anyone above Scheffler on the leaderboard, that's a very scary spot for you to be in, because if he's just kind of playing his game in his own little bubble here, that's exactly where Scheffler wants to be.
Yeah, like it wouldn't shock me. Like it would be slightly surprising, I guess. Well, no, it wouldn't be. I take that back. It's Scotty Scheffler. But it wouldn't be totally shocking if Scotty Scheffler shot like a 64 today and just put up the best round of the weekend in the final round, ended up finishing at like 15 under, and all of a sudden Young and McIlroy and everybody, Burns and Lowry in the final couple pairings are like chasing Scotty while he's just lounging in the clubhouse sipping an iced tea, waiting to watch all of them and see if they can actually catch him. I mean, that would be, we talk about legacies and how Rory's is affected by today. That would be a legacy cementer for Scotty Scheffler. Like, yeah, just sort of hung out there all weekend and then dropped the hammer on Sunday at Augusta.
Yeah, just enjoys a nice pimento sandwich and a peach ice cream sandwich there while he watches everyone else try and beat him. Like, that would be a phenomenal place to be for Scotty Scheffler. And it's certainly not out of the question whatsoever, Chris.
Which, by the way, the sandwiches are still only $1.50. Like,
you gotta love it.
I heard a lot of people complaining about like the social mediaization of Augusta this year, how all the influencers were out there during the practice rounds and, oh, look at the merch stands. They're selling the bro hats with the flat brims and the ropes across the front. They're like, oh, I can't believe it. It's Augusta. What are we doing? Look, Augusta's still got that charm, that sort of bucket list thing that attracts you to. There's still enough unknown about it. It's still enough of a step back in time that you can get a $1.50 sandwich and a $5 beer. You can get out of the concession stand under $15.
And that's part of the beauty of the Masters, is the traditions are all still there. Maybe some things might be changing ever so slightly, but the traditions are still there, and that's what we love about the Masters. So, I mean, as long as the sandwiches the concession prices don't skyrocket, as long as we don't get any inflation here over the next couple of years, I think people need to pump the brakes.
Just no more dude perfect guys out there. I think we found that was a swing and a miss. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. We asked this question near the top of the show, but it's time to sort of dive into it. Could one guy be setting himself up for a very painful trip to Pittsburgh next weekend, the weekend after next, and the NFL draft? We'll get into it next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Simpson on 4th and goal to pass to the end zone. It is Daniel Hill, the 244-pound running back, with the touchdown reception.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Who will Ty Simpson be doing that stuff for in the NFL? A huge question as the draft now looms 11 days away in Pittsburgh. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. We'll get into that question and just how painful and long the wait may be for Ty Simpson in that green room in Pittsburgh in just a couple of minutes. But obviously, it's Masters weekend. Golf's first major of the year is in the final round, so you can grab a boost pack for the Masters right now inside your BetMGM app. You'll have 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. Activate one of your boost tokens for any Masters bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if that bet wins, from the opening drive to the final putt. Get closer to the Masters action during the final round inside your BetMGM app and make it legendary. One thing I will say, we were talking to Kate about the things about Augusta that still sort of give it that aura that some people complained it's losing with social media influencers wandering the course during the practice rounds. Every hole has its own nickname. Like, that in and of itself is a very old school sort of like 11, which has just been brutal to people. And I saw the pin placement on 11 for today is like way back in the left-hand corner. It's just diabolical. It is called White Dogwood. You've got Azalea at 13. You've got Firethorn at 15. Each and every hole has its own fancy name, Kate.
That's not something that we have at any other course, right?
No.
Like,
no, you got.
I mean,
you got
maybe
the
there's
Island
a hole or
Green at
two that
TPC, right? But it's not an official name.
Right. Where, at the Masters, they have, you have Amen Corner. That's like the most famous, little spot on the course where the couple different holes all kind of come together. Like that type of stuff. And also, just watching it on TV, like it is more beautiful. That course is more beautiful than any other, like the way they maintain it too. Yeah. Also just goes into the tradition of what the Masters is too. Cause it is absolutely beautiful out there. And there are a lot of really pretty golf courses. Don't get me wrong. Like there are plenty, but it just something about like how green the grass is just doesn't compare anywhere else.
There's something about when it happens too, right? Like middle of spring when most of us are sort of crawling out from underneath the winter doldrums. Yeah, the visual of Augusta is always fantastic. The leaders, the first page of the leaderboard anyway, don't tee off until about another 90 minutes to 2 hours from now. We'll keep you up to date on the leaderboard, though, again, at the top of the hour. We asked the question off the top of the show, Kate, could Ty Simpson be this year's Shedeur Sanders? In that, he may sit around and wait for a while to get drafted. He is one of 16 prospects who will be attending the draft in Pittsburgh in person. The question, though, is when is he actually going to go? Like, I've said it often enough that people know it by now who listen regularly to the network. I don't think Ty Simpson is a first-round talent. I think if anything, maybe at best he's late second round, but we know how quarterbacks get overdrafted. And so I think at best, the best option for Ty Simpson would be going maybe late first round. He ends up with a team like the Rams, right? Although the Rams would be middle first round. They're not taking him there. But he somehow ends up with a team that's more established, where he's not counted on to start right away. But you get beyond the middle of the first round, and I don't see him going to a really favorable spot. He could end up with the Jets at 33 on Friday night or the Cardinals at 34. But those aren't the kind of places I think that are necessarily good for Ty Simpson's launching of his career.
Well, also, the Rams, that's an interesting spot. And I think they're a team that could potentially take him, but you're right, they're not taking him that early. Any team that's taking a backup as someone that they can sit for a year or two and develop behind a veteran quarterback is not taking Ty Simpson in the first round, right? This draft is too talented to use up an early round pick on a backup quarterback. I just don't see that happening. So then you look at the spots. The Jets have come out and said, that Aaron Glenn's philosophy is essentially taking the best player available. He's not going at number 2. Let me tell you that. There's absolutely no way Ty Simpson is going to the Jets there. So then you have the Jets again a little bit further down the board. I don't see that happening either. So I think that there's a good possibility that he goes in the second round. I think there's a better possibility that maybe he even goes in the third round, Chris, and the slide just kind of continues for Ty Simpson because this quarterback class is really not all that great. And so our team's going to, do they see enough in him to want to take him over some of the better players? Because right now he's mocked around the 40th best player in the draft, which I guess puts him in the second round.
What's interesting, too, is that I think there's been a bit of a whiplash effect on all of the Simpson talk that took place a couple of weeks ago. And people are also starting to take deeper looks at that next level of quarterbacks, Nussmeier, Aller, Beck, those guys. And so what I think is happening is those guys may naturally be sort of slowly ascending in some spots on draft boards, Nussmeier, Beck, Aller, while Simpson is sort of, people are tired of it, right? They've seen him, they've talked about him, and he starts to languish. I would be surprised to see Nussmeier, Beck, or Aller go ahead of Simpson. But at the same time, I think, like you said, I wouldn't be shocked to see Ty Simpson sit around and maybe wait until the middle of the second round. I think he's off the board by the time we get to the 50s, but it feels like increasingly exactly what Matt Miller said of ESPN. Everybody's talking about somebody else taking Ty Simpson, not necessarily them taking Ty Simpson. Did something bad happen to college sports on Monday night? We'll tell you exactly what we're talking about next here on BetMGM Game Day.
the drive to the rim. Missed the layup. Rebound loose. Scooped up by Gale. He'll throw it to the other end of the floor. Caravan tracks it down with 2 seconds. With 1, he throws it to half court. And since 1989, there's been a blank space in the Michigan Trophy case. Will write their name. Michigan, the 2026 men's basketball national champions.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
That was Michigan closing out the national championship game over UConn on Westwood One. Kevin Kugler on the call alongside PJ Carlesimo and Robbie Hummel. And look, especially if you're in Ann Arbor, it's hard to argue the greatness of what you saw Monday night. But I do think it leads to an interesting question, especially when we look at the makeup of Michigan's roster. We'll get to that in just a moment. You're always invited to join the conversation here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports at 310-840-4910. I'm Chris Mack. She's Kate Constable. I'm just a dude. She's very pregnant and might not make it through the end of the show. Let's just be honest. We're kind of right here on the precipice, Kate.
That was a great introduction. I'm just a dude. She's very pregnant. Truer words have not been spoken, Chris. I am very pregnant. I was just thinking because my office is the nursery. The nursery's the office. Me and baby girl are going to share a little bit. And so I'm looking at my stuff like, we got to get some things in a suitcase here because all the hospital stuff's laid out, but we got to pack it up because you're right. You got to
be ready to go
any minute now. And so I'm just kind of like looking around like, all right, we got to get some things really going. So that's the later afternoon job for after the show ends is to get the suitcases zipped.
Yeah, you got to have the go bag ready. You got to be prepared. Also, you did admit to us in our group chat this week that you and your husband have decided on a name for baby girl, but
yes.
It won't be Baby Jane Doe. She will have a name. That being said, we are going to draft baby names later. Everyone else on the show except for you will each get 3 picks. And without telling us what your decision is, we don't want to know before the rest of the world. This is a surprise for everybody. Yep. We don't want to ruin it here on the show. You can simply tell us who you think did the best job of drafting baby names amongst myself, Zach, our executive producer, Grant, our board op, and Max, our video producer, will draft baby names later. So be prepared for that.
I have very strong opinions on baby names, so this is going to be fun.
I imagine you spent a lot of time over the last few months analyzing this. So, Dane Brugler has The Beast, the draft prospects profile book. You have, the 3,000 best baby names or some other resource that I'm sure you've checked out. We'll go through it a little bit later. Something crazy happened in Tampa yesterday that we need to address before the end of the hour because it's just mind-boggling to me that we're still talking about professionals not understanding the rules of their game in some cases. Obviously, the top of the Masters leaderboard hasn't moved. None of the leaders tee off until later, but it is worth noting a lot of people are moving up the leaderboard, guys who don't necessarily have a shot at the Masters title, who are already dropping strokes through the first few holes. Hideki Matsuyama is 2 under through 3. Victor Hovland is 4 under through 8. Jordan Spieth, 2 under. It looks like there's going to be scoring today at the Masters. And with the co-leaders, Cameron Young and Rory McIlroy at 11 under and 9 guys as close as 5 strokes behind them, it could be a wild finish at Augusta today. We'll get back into that shortly. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, Michigan beats UConn Monday night, Kate, 69-63. Their second ever national title, first since 1989. Elliot Cadeau leads the way, 19 points, signs a new NIL deal this week to assure that he will be back in Ann Arbor for another year. The storyline for me is the Wolverines becoming the first ever school to win a national title, starting 5 different transfers. And so, my question for you, I don't necessarily have a problem with this, but one of the first people I saw on Monday when I got to work said, man, college sports is headed down a bad path, man. And it's because they do not like what the transfer portal has done to college athletics, especially in basketball, where the rosters are smaller and you can make over an entire team in one offseason. Is Michigan's title, Kate, a bad sign for college basketball, or maybe just major college sports in general?
I don't know if it's a bad sign. It's just a sign that this is probably going to be the norm going forward, right? Like, people see this blueprint and think it can be done, but the reality is it's like so incredible that Michigan won with 5 transfers and they had the season that they did, only 3 losses all year, because how often do you get a group of 5 new players that gel and mesh on the floor in the same manner that Michigan did this year? Like, that's the impressive part, is you can have so many new pieces and have them just off the bat be playing at the level that they are. And maybe that speaks to just more so the talent level that these players have, but also the unselfishness of finding their roles within the team and playing within that role. So I think it's going to be a blueprint going forward, and it is going to be a little bit of a damper on college athletics, but more so I think people are going to find that it's not as easy as just getting 5 new transfers that are great. You have to get 5 new transfers that are great at playing together in order to achieve this long-term thing. Sure, you can have, a successful season, but can you win a championship? That's the bigger question. And Michigan, I mean, the first team to do it and to do it quickly, like that also in and of itself is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think it's a double-edged sword. The first thing I got to get off the top is it's appropriate that these players are, A, allowed to get paid for what they do, and B, are allowed to transfer without punishment. But I do think we have to take maybe half a step back. John Calipari alluded to this a few weeks ago. We have to take maybe half a step back and analyze how often we allow these transfers to happen and why we allow them to happen. Hey, your coach leaves, you get a free transfer to go wherever you want, because that's not the coach you signed up to play for, and maybe not the experience that you thought you were going to get. I have no problem with that. Outside of that extenuating circumstance, I don't know if we should be allowing free transfers. Cal said it, like I said a couple weeks ago. Otherwise, if your coach doesn't leave, you decide you want to transfer, you do have to sit a year out. I think that's something that we should consider getting back to, allowing players to move for their own reasons in some cases, but understanding that it's not a free transfer. Because, and this is just the nostalgia, the 40-something nostalgia that I have in me for the days of yesteryear. I understand there's a big old man move, but, there's a big Gen X thing. Like, I appreciated seeing teams of the same guys maintain the core of their roster for a few years in a row. Like, there was something about, for example, watching Duke get worked, and I'm going back 35 years now. I understand it. Some of you may not even remember this. But I appreciated Duke getting worked by UNLV in the 1990 national championship game, and then coming back, both teams with basically the same rosters or very similar rosters, and Duke beating UNLV the next year in the Final Four. If that were to happen in this day and age, you got a rematch like that, there'd be a lot of different names on the floor for both teams. And I think it does harm the product because it's harder to remain a fan of a team if you simply don't know who the players are year after year after year.
And it minimizes some of those rivalries too, right? Like, you love that a lot of those same players on that Duke team played the UNLV players the year before, and that adds to the drama and the pop and circumstance around a lot of those games. Whereas, like, if Michigan plays UConn next year, I mean, granted, a lot of, there's some seniors and players moving on, but like, if they were to play in a Final Four, it wouldn't be as dramatic of a matchup because the rosters are completely different, and that just kind of dilutes the product of college basketball. I think a way around it is, okay, maybe you say you get 2 transfers in your 4 years, or you only get 1 transfer type of thing. And we go back to where it's at, because transferring there's some players that have played for 5 different teams in 5 different years. And that's just ridiculous. Like, that's the type of stuff that I think we need to get away from. Fine if you want to transfer, fine if you want to go somewhere for more money, but you only get 1 or 2 shots at it versus being able to jump ship every single year. That's something that maybe could be, because the reality is a lot of these players aren't leaving their schools because of their coaching situations or necessarily playing time. A lot of them are just moving for more money. That's where we're at in college basketball right now.
Especially because you've got quality players at mid-majors or small conference schools where they don't have the same budget. And all of a sudden we discover that this player is very good. That school can't afford to keep them around anymore. They end up with a big dog, one of the major conference teams, and they're getting paid more, which again, I support the free enterprise part of this for the players. I do. But I also think that it harms the product in so much as, like this year, for example, we didn't have any mid-major Cinderellas getting through to the Sweet 16. And it does, like, you can get behind Iowa, for example, and that's a fun story. But all of those, no, I shouldn't say all, a lot of those guys at Iowa came from Drake. And it could have been Drake that was the mid-major darling in the Sweet 16 if those guys hadn't been allowed to freely transfer to Iowa. Oh, maybe they would have been because, again, it was their coach moving on. So we can have contingencies built in. But it does make it harder when you get to the Sweet 16. It's like, okay, 9-seeded Iowa and 11-seeded Texas, who are both major D1 programs, are the quote-unquote Cinderellas.
And Chris, guess who just transferred from Iowa? Fulgaris, who hit the shot against Florida, the 3 against Florida. He had the big shot, I want to say, against Nebraska, that run-out dunk at the end when Nebraska only had 4 players on. He's hit the portal. Why has he hit the portal when you just had...
And this will be his third school in 3 years, too.
Exactly. Which is crazy. Like, you want to be at a school where it's on the up and up, and the coaches, I mean, McCollum was talked about for the UNC job, and you're going to leave a coach like that? Why are you doing that? For money. You're doing it for more money. And I don't know, maybe there's some contingency you could put in that says mid-major players can move up as much as they want. They could move up to power 4 schools, even if they've already kind of moved around in the mid-major mark. But I don't know. It just gets too tricky. Like, there can't be that many rules in all of this. So I don't know what the answer is, but college basketball has drastically changed in the last, 2-3 years even?
Yeah, and I'll say, I don't think it's killing college basketball or major college athletics. I'm not going to be one of those people that goes that far. But I do think it is hurting the product in some ways. 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910 to reach us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. If you think what we saw, Michigan, 5 transfers as the starting 5 winning the national championship is bad for college basketball. You brought up UNC, so I'll bring it up. Michael Malone hired this week as their next head coach. You mentioned Ben McCollum was one of the names, Dusty May, Tommy Lloyd. All these names are thrown out there, and they come around to a guy who's got 500 NBA wins but hasn't coached college basketball in 25 years, and he was an assistant then at Manhattan College. So, thoughts on Malone to North Carolina? I am very curious to see how this plays out.
It's just another sign that college basketball is being operated more like the pros, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I think it's going to be somewhat of a blueprint maybe going forward of how teams are run, and not necessarily like teams are going to go out and try and find ex-NBA coaches, but they're going to look at what Michael Malone does in his first couple years and maybe say, okay, this is something that we want to emulate, the way player development is, approached at UNC, because that's what there's a UNC's Twitter put out a post earlier this morning of like player development that Michael Malone has been a part of. And it's like Steph Curry, Jokic, all sorts of like great players. And so that's kind of like the attraction when he goes to recruit is like, I know what it takes to get to the NBA. I know how to develop NBA type players. Come to my school. And I think that's going to be a very attractive piece for players that want to go to UNC, but also for just other coaches, other organizations, teams kind of using what he does at UNC as a little bit of a blueprint going forward.
Yeah, and I just think it's very similar as well to what it's not apples to apples, but bringing in Belichick, right? You can bring in Bill Belichick and say, hey, if you want to play in the NFL someday, here's a guy that can get you ready for that. Same thing with Malone. Hey, if you want to play in the NBA someday, here's a guy that can get you ready for that. He has the track record. A little bit later, we will talk NBA because we're on the final day of the regular season. Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show and Lakers Nation on YouTube will join us to talk about what to look for in the first round, the play-in, and on this final day of the regular season. Coming up in about 20, 25 minutes. I can't believe professionals still don't know the rules to the games that they're playing. But coming up next, the draft just 11 days away. Is there a position that we think is most likely to have a run on that position in the first round? Where does Ty Simpson go? Is Howie Roseman positioning the chessboard for an A.J. Brown move? Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation joins us to answer all those questions and more next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
takes the front. Now he's going deep, way deep, and the catch is made. What a play! Guess who? Charlie Becker again. 36 yards. Indiana scores.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Fernando Mendoza to Charlie Becker on Westwood One in the Peach Bowl against Oregon. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. We talk draft and everything NFL offseason in just a moment with Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation and the Pump Fake podcast with Todd Haley. The Masters continues. None of the names near the top of the leaderboard are out there yet. They tee off in the next hour to 2 hours, but a lot of scoring going on early. Guys dropping 3, 4, 5 strokes on the front 9, which maybe is an indicator of just how wild things could get with 11 guys within the lead or 5 strokes of the lead headed to the final round. Coming up in 20 minutes, professionals still don't understand the rules of the games that they're being paid millions of dollars to play, or at least one professional in particular. The end of a game in Tampa yesterday and what was said after the game, evidence of that. We'll let you hear it for yourself. But let's welcome in Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation, the Pump Fake podcast with Todd Haley, who is pulling double duty, also coaching in the UFL these days, and I think has at least a game day promotion to head coach for a day. That's a story for another time later today in the UFL. But welcome in, Jarrett. We appreciate your time. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I'm keeping like a peripheral on the game right now to see my good buddy hopefully get a win today. So yeah, it's a busy sports day because we've got the Masters. There's UFL taking place, Bristol today as well for the Cup Series and NASCAR. It's a good little sports day.
Yeah, final day of the NBA regular season, NHL winding up and heading to the playoffs as well, and it's always good to have a fellow Yinzer on the show, so we'll try not to drop too many dons and ots in order to keep Kate in the conversation. I actually wanted to start off the radar just a little bit, Jarrett. The Dontavian Wicks trade from Green Bay to Philly catches a lot of people's eyes because this is now sort of the third secondary level receiver, if we want to call it that, Philly has added this offseason between Wicks, Elijah Moore, Hollywood Brown. A lot of pieces being moved around on the chessboard, and some people, myself included, wondering if it means Howie Roseman is just setting up that chessboard for the eventual A.J. Brown move that may come post-June 1st. How have you kept an eye on that A.J. Brown situation in Philly, and do you expect it goes down at some point this spring?
Yeah, I mean, I expect it to, just because there's been a lot of smoke, and obviously there's a bunch of other stuff going on with New England right now. But with the A.J. Brown stuff, at least, it looks like they're at least gearing up for it, right? And yeah, it's been, like you said, a lot of secondary receivers that are brought in, Elijah Moore, Hollywood Brown, now Dontavian Wicks. But, if and when A.J. Brown does get dealt, the employment, I guess you could say, the promoting of Devonta Smith would take place. And then you've got 3 other guys behind him that you can at least say, all right, these are NFL-capable receivers, all of whom have put up respectable numbers in previous situations. So I think, reading the tea leaves, they're at least gearing up for an A.J. Brown trade, who seems to have, almost both feet out the door at this point. It's just it feels like a matter of when, not if, that takes place, whether it happens during draft day, like it happened when he, came to Philadelphia in the first place, whether it's after the draft, like it was for George Pickens last year when the Steelers traded him in May. I do expect him to be on a different team. Everybody's said New England. Obviously, that's not a foregone conclusion, but it does seem to be that is the, the leading spot that's been, named as a landing spot for him. So it does look like they're gearing up for that. Howie's a smart guy. He's not going to move on from A.J. Brown if, he doesn't at least have a solid core at that position. So, again, none of these guys, Wicks, Brown, Elijah Moore, are on the level of A.J. Brown. But if you have a solid core behind Devonta Smith, along with Saquon Barkley, and still a good offensive line, that's still an offense that there's not going to be a lot of people that are lining up to play it.
Do you think that's a little bit of addition by subtraction in terms of what Philly's going to look like in their offense. Cause heard the Jeremy Fowler article about Jalen Hurts and some of the problems with that. But like, is this part of trying to fix that offensive issues that they've had last year?
Yeah, I mean, it could be, if there is any sort of dysfunction or, Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown not being on the same page. And we saw it before Philadelphia 2 decades ago when they got rid of Terrell Owens, right? Where Donovan McNabb and he just weren't on the same page, and eventually it was just time for both parts to go their separate ways. Now, that's not me trying to paint A.J. Brown as to any level of distraction that T.O. was back in the day. But, it's a comparable situation when you've got, a quarterback who has taken his team to a Super Bowl like Donovan McNabb had. Obviously, Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown have won a Super Bowl together. And it now just seems like both guys are ready for a fresh start. And reading the Fowler and Tim McManus piece, even watching everything unfold throughout the season, like Kevin Patullo was more or less the scapegoat. That's not to say that he was anything close to a perfect offensive coordinator. Like getting rid of him made sense because things weren't working. But to act as if that offense with that much talent, struggling to score in the manner in which they were, especially in the second half of the season, to act as if Jalen Hurts didn't have anything to do with that and it doesn't shoulder any blame, I think that's equally as crazy. So it's a big year for the Eagles. I've said it multiple times on the Pump Fake. Go and subscribe to that on YouTube, please, everybody. Shameless plug. But the Eagles are incredibly fascinating to me. And I know that people kind of get tired of talking about them because we see them constantly on on Sunday nights, Monday nights, primetime games, big window games. But there is a chance that everything just kind of hits the fan for them this season and they win 6 games and we're talking about them blowing the entire thing up. So not rooting for that per se, because, we don't want people to like lose their jobs or anything like that. But that is a fascinating outcome if they just can't get it together and we're potentially looking at new leadership in Philadelphia next year.
Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation and the Pump Fake podcast with Todd Haley. Find that on YouTube. Joining us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. All right, we're contractually obligated to talk about him. And he's announced that he's going to be in Pittsburgh for the draft. Ty Simpson. I'll ask you a double-barreled question here, Jarrett. Where does Ty Simpson go? At what point in the draft? And where do you think he should go?
The fact that he's going to be there, anytime that happens, the league expects him to go pretty high. It could be like a Will Levis situation where he doesn't go quite in the first round, but he'll go somewhere between 32 and 40. Do I think he'll go to Pittsburgh? If I had to bet right now, I'd say no. But could we see a Jackson Dart situation where he's about to fall out of the first round and then a team trades back into the first to get him? I do think that that's a possibility. It's not a secret that this quarterback draft isn't highly touted. It's Fernando Mendoza and then the rest, which is crazy considering at this point last year we were talking about Lenore Sellers, Cade Klubnik, Drew Aller as all being potential first-round picks, and all of them had disappointing seasons. Lenore Sellers stayed in school. So it's definitely looking different than what we would have thought. I don't think that. I think that Pittsburgh's kind of the place that a lot of people are penciling him in at 21. I don't think that's going to be the pick. I think that if you're the Steelers, there's a few other positions that I would value more than taking Ty Simpson at least. And obviously, being a Steelers guy and covering the team, like I wouldn't throw up my arms, I guess, in anger if they drafted Ty Simpson. But I don't know if he's going to be a long-term franchise guy with a ceiling of a top 10 quarterback. So. I don't think that's going to be the landing spot for him. If he gets into the second round, that becomes a little bit interesting for a team like the Jets. Like, would they go and get him and have him sit behind Geno Smith for a little bit? That's intriguing. The Cardinals, if he gets to them as well, like teams in that ilk that are in need of a long-term quarterback who don't have an answer, that would be interesting to see what happens at the top of the second round.
Jared, if there's a position that you think is most likely to have a first round run where a lot of, edge rushers get taken, or offensive linemen, wide receivers, which of those positions do you see fit in that mold?
I feel like this receiver class is getting a lot of love. You see the names, like obviously Carnell Tate's going to go pretty early. Then after that, there's plenty of guys that are falling in that, 15 to 30 range, where it's Jordan Tyson. I know that he's kind of been falling down some draft boards. He's got some medical red flags, but still an incredibly talented guy when healthy. Denzel Boston could go at the end of the first round. Omar Cooper out of Indiana. Casey Concepcion. Like, we could see a good 4 or 5 receivers go between picks 15 and 30. And that's not. We could see even more. I mean, who was it? Ricky Pearsall a couple years ago was a projected mid-second round pick. He went at the end of the first round to San Francisco. So there could be a surprise name in there to make the total of receivers go even higher, especially in today's NFL, where it's a premium position. If you have a great receiver and you have a great offense, you're going to have a chance to win a lot of games. So I will be intrigued to see what that looks like, because there are, like I said, 5 to 6 guys that all legitimately could go in round 1, and specifically at the end of the first half into the second half of round 1 could be a big run of receivers.
What about the edge rusher position? It feels like it's becoming a position, at least in my opinion, Jarrett, that feels like it's getting overheated in the first round of this year's draft, because, teams, they understand you got to have a quarterback, you got to have an edge, you got to have a left tackle, you got to have a corner. And those feel like the 4 positions that get overheated or overcooked at some points as far as teams looking for those spots in the first round. Last mock draft I looked at this morning had 7 or 8 edge rushers going in the first round. Is that a position that you look at and say, okay, yes, there's some serious talent here. We may see 3 or 4 of them go in the top 10, but when we get to the middle to late first round, teams are starting to reach a little bit because they feel like they have to fill that need.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. And there's teams like, a 49ers team, right, who's very good, but their edge rushers were very lacking last year after Nick Bosa got hurt. So if they're a team that's sitting there and TJ Parker from Clemson is there, that could be a spot where he goes. Might be a little bit high for TJ Parker, but, like I said, when the 49ers are healthy, there isn't a lot of holes in that roster. So that could lead to them saying, all right, well, we don't need another receiver or whatever, and we don't really love any of the receivers that are currently there. It might be a little bit of a reach up to get this guy that we want, but it's at a position that we need. And I think that's kind of what leads to a lot of that too, is, positional need is different for every roster. And so if they can't find a situation where they can trade back, or if they don't even want to trade back and just say, yeah, we like this guy enough, we'll take him here, even if it does look like a little bit of a reach. So situations are different for every team, but for a team like that, for the 49ers or even the Lions, in that case, if they're looking to put somebody opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, I think a lot of teams are looking at what a team like Houston has, where they've got Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, and saying, all right, if we can get 2 guys to just wreak havoc on either side of the line, it'll do us a lot of favors. So positional needs, and also, seeing what other teams around the league, I think does influence a lot of maybe a little bit of reaching for certain guys at certain positions.
If there is anyone that it kind of turns out to be like the steal of the draft, and that might be a later round pick, do you have any sort of list where you're like, if this guy goes, he's going to develop and be really, really good, and maybe is a little under the radar right now?
I mean, we were talking to ahead of the commercial break, or after the commercial break, saying being about Penn State guys, I'm a big Drew Aller guy, and obviously his final season didn't go as planned, and all the criticisms about Aller are pretty warranted. The big games he didn't play well in, the costly interceptions, I get all of that. I'm not even here to say that he's going to be a top 10 talent, but you hear all the whispers around the league. His size, his arm talent, his tools. He's a very raw prospect, but I've said it multiple times. I'll say it here to put it on the record. He's going to go in the first 2 rounds. There's going to be a team that just sees that. He's more athletic than people really think of, but you look at Penn State's offense under Andy Kotelnicki, it wasn't an offense that pushed the ball downfield a ton, and Drew Aller's best characteristic, he's got a huge arm. So there's going to be multiple teams that see that, picking between 40 and 55-ish and say, yeah, you know what? We need a quarterback for the long-term future. This is a guy who, if developed correctly, can turn into a really good quarterback. We'll take a shot at him. We'll take a swing at him. And I think that he's going to be one of those guys that, if he goes to the right situation, will turn out to be a solid quarterback. We saw it with Tyler Shuck last year going to New Orleans. A lot of people kind of scratched their heads at that, myself included. And then in the final month of the season, he played legitimately like a top 10, top 15 quarterback in football. So if he goes to the right spot, I'm really bullish on Drew Aller. It's a quarterback league. Teams are going to reach on a guy if they see what he brings to the table with tools and arm talent, which he has both of. So I'm very intrigued to see where he ends up going. And if it's the right spot, I think he can actually make a lot of noise.
Before we let you run, Jarrett, I want to circle all the way back around to where this segment started, which was a Fernando Mendoza highlight. This hasn't been talked about as much over the last few weeks because everybody's focused on everybody else, because we all know Mendoza is sort of written in ink, if not chiseled in stone, to Vegas. What do you think Mendoza's ceiling is at the NFL level?
I think if Fernando Mendoza ends up being what that first year of Ryan Tannehill in Tennessee was, that's a pretty good job by the Raiders. Not every guy who goes 1 overall is going to be Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. I don't think he has that ceiling. But I mean, remember that really nice year for the Titans where they were the number 1 seed in the AFC. I think Tannehill went 33 touchdowns, 7 picks that year. If he's that, then home run hit by the Raiders. If he's a guy that hovers between the 11th and 15th best quarterback in football consistently throughout his career, if he has a Kirk Cousins arc where that's kind of where he lives throughout his career, and who do the Raiders just bring in to be their quarterback this year? Oh, Kirk Cousins. Would you look at that? So I think they're putting him in as good a situation as possible, putting him behind Kirk. That makes so much sense. And I've said this as well, and I mean this as a compliment. They're both just such lovable dorks. And I think it just makes total sense to have them together in Vegas. Get another receiver or two because the receiver room's pretty barren right now. But with Ashton Genty, a hopefully improved offensive line, and Brock Bowers and whoever they add at receiver, you can bring them along slowly behind Kirk Cousins. Let him see what a professional quarterback looks like. And then if he sits throughout the entire year, that's fine. If you want to play him the final game of the year, similar to what the Chiefs did with Mahomes, then great. But if he ends up having, a Kirk Cousins career arc, or, that 3-year span where Ryan Tannehill was, a top 12-ish quarterback in football, and he can do that consistently, then that's a good draft pick. Some people look at it and say, oh my goodness, he's not, a top 3 quarterback. What a waste of a first round pick. I think that's a dumb way to look at things. Not every guy is going to be a generational talent. I think he has all the tools to be a good NFL quarterback. And if he does that, job well done.
Jarrett, great stuff. We appreciate the time today, man. Enjoy the draft in your backyard in Pittsburgh, and we'll talk again soon.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thanks,
absolutely. Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation. You can check out the Pump Fake podcast with Todd Haley as well on YouTube, and check Jarrett on social media at JBaileyNFL. Yeah, the potential there for Coles to hit on a nice big endorsement deal with Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza going to shop for khakis and polos together could be generational, Kate.
The opportunities are endless with those two together. I mean, those the two Chat GPT quarterbacks of this generation being paired together, it's going to be phenomenal. They are. Fernando Mendoza is kind of a clone of Kirk Cousins, right?
Yeah, they are the two most anti-Vegas guys, and they end up in Vegas together. Neither one of them is going to be on the strip after 9 p.m. If they go at all,
they're in bed.
Right?
They're in bed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 9 p.m. No way. Are you kidding me, Chris?
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I got to get my 8.5 hours. Otherwise, I'm just not prepared.
They're in bed reading, a cup of tea. That's what's going on in both of those guys' households.
The little eye patch things, that help darken the room for you. We will update you on the Masters, as none of the big names at the top of the leaderboard have started their 4th and final round yet, but we'll tell you what's going on to this point on the final day of the Masters. Top of the hour, we got to ask a question. If one team is really legit or not through the first couple of weeks of the Major League Baseball season. But it's amazing that professionals still don't have a full grasp of how the rules work in their sports all the time. We'll let you hear exactly how a game ended yesterday and why it has fans of that team questioning why in the hell that guy doesn't know what's supposed to be going on in that situation. That's next on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
one is shot to Chisholm. He bobbles it. Ball game's over. And the Rays win 5-4.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Michael Kay on the Yes Network yesterday, the end of the Rays-Yankees game in the bottom of the 10th in Tampa. Just listening to that, you don't initially get the read on the situation. We'll lay it out for you and let you hear what Jazz Chisholm had to say about the end of that game in just a moment here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. You can join the conversation as well at 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910, because we have to ask a serious question about Jazz Chisholm's knowledge of the rules after you hear what he had to say post-game. And again, we'll explain the situation in just a second. Of course, final round of the Masters today. Golf's first major of the year. You can grab a boost pack inside your BetMGM app right now for the final round of the Masters. You'll have 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. Activate one of those odds boost tokens for any Masters bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. From the opening drive to the final putt today, you can get closer to the Masters action inside your BetMGM app. Make it legendary. So let me kind of lay out the situation here, Kate. It is the bottom of the 10th, and the Yankees and Rays are tied at 4 apiece. And I believe it's Aranda is at the plate. Dave Aranda at the plate for the Rays. David Bednar on the mound, 1 out. With the bases loaded, the Yankees have drawn the infield in, okay? There is a chopper hit to Jazz Chisholm. If he fields it cleanly, all he has to do is tag Yandy Diaz, who's right in front of him in the base path, toss it over to first base, bang, bang, inning over. We're out of it. We move on to the 11th with a tie ball game. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter because he didn't field the ball cleanly, but he wasn't planning on doing that anyway. This is what Jazz Chisholm had to say in the clubhouse after the game.
I was really going to go try to tag the runner and just throw it to first. I don't know what the rule is if I went to first base first and threw it back to second if it's still an out. Is it still a double play? I don't know. Does it count as not an RBI? No, still score. They'll still score? We'll get there before the tie occurred in second. Well, it was what I was trying to do in my mind probably wouldn't have worked anyway.
Oh, my God. So a lot of confusion there from Jazz Chisholm about what he would have done had he fielded the ball cleanly. Again, the smart thing to do, tag the runner, throw to first, double play, inning over, runner on third doesn't score. But apparently he was still confused about whether he could throw to first and then have the throw go back down to second and make the tag on Diaz, which of course is not a force out, and allows the runner from third to cross the plate with the winning run before the tag on Diaz as the final out. This is mind-blowing to me, Kate, that we have a professional who doesn't quite understand the situation at that point. And I understand Yankees fans get mad about a lot of stupid things sometimes and really overly mad, but this is well worth getting frustrated about.
There is so much to unpack here, Chris. First of all, just one, not knowing the rules. Like you learn these things very early on in your baseball tenure. Like, T-ball, little league, high school. Like that's where you make these types of mistakes, not in the big leagues. Also, when you aren't confident in a play, an answer, anything. You kind of fumble things. Like Jazz Chisholm in his mind didn't know where he was going with the play. Like that's why he kind of fumbled the ball, I would imagine, because he was too busy thinking about what do I do when I get this ball versus just fielding the ball, making the tag, throwing to first. And then also just lie at the locker, right? Like, come on, be smarter than that. Say, yeah, I fumbled the ball completely. That one's on me. Had I grabbed it, I would have been able to make a play, something, but blame it on the fumbling of the baseball to begin with, not the fact that you didn't even know where you were going or what you were doing with the ball when you got it because you didn't know the rules. That's a big time problem right there.
Yeah, I just can't wrap my head around. It's a good point you make, though. When you don't quite know what you're supposed to be doing on a play, it causes that moment's hesitation where it could lead to that lapse, that moment, split-second lapse where you don't handle the ball cleanly, for example. As a noted softball dad, I saw it happen multiple times throughout my daughter's softball career where a girl didn't know where she was supposed to go with the ball as soon as she fielded it. Even if she did field it cleanly, she'd throw to the wrong base or miss the cut or whatever it may be. And the first thing they were told by their coaches, and I think those of us that have played baseball, softball, anything, the first thing you're told when you're like you said, 8, 9, 10 years old is know where you're going to go with the ball if it's hit to you. Know exactly what you want to do. And the fact that Jazz Chisholm didn't know exactly what he wanted to do in that situation is, and then it compounds a 4-game losing streak for the Yankees too. Mm-hmm. So people in the Bronx are ready to march on Yankee Stadium. Again, not that Yankees fans have ever overreacted to anything, but this is well worth a bit of a reaction.
I think 1,000%. And then Aaron Boone afterwards, this is a quote in The Athletic. He says, "We'll talk. He's not confused. I think that's kind of a default answer when he's got reporters in front of him." It turns out to be the default answer when you have reporters in front of you, again, is just the PR answer of, yeah, I mean, should have fielded that one more cleanly. That's on me. Versus, I don't know what I'm doing. And then his teammate has to chime in and tell him the rules. Yeah. Like he's like, it's such a bad look to begin with on field, and it compounds with the locker room quotes after.
The look on Jazz Chisholm's face, I'll just tell you, if you go to the Joe Randazzo tweet, which has the Jazz Chisholm response in it, and it's Jazz's face as he asks Trent Grisham in the next locker over. And the look on his face of surprise and confusion when Grisham explains to him that the run would have counted had he not tagged Diaz and then gone to first is one of just, you're a professional. You're supposed to know the rules. The Masters continues. We'll update you on the leaderboard. We'll ask you if one team is legit with a hot early start in Major League Baseball, plus somebody's all over the chessboard in 20 minutes. That's all coming up on BetMGM Game Day.
Hearns screaming for it. And raise the Jolly Roger. And Wrigley Field. Hoist that cone, Buccos. They take the series. What a game, what a finish.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Are the Pittsburgh Pirates legit? I don't know. We're only 2 weeks into the season, but they've got the second best record in baseball right now. They've won another series, this one on the road at Wrigley Field, which is like a house of horrors for them over the years. They got a chance to go for the sweep today with Bubba Chandler on the mound. What? The Pittsburgh Pirates? I know, Skeens, Connor Griffin, all that fun stuff. Griffin's hitting like 120, by the way. It's great, but like, really? Are they legit? Greg Brown on Sportsnet Pittsburgh yesterday, the final call of that extra inning game against the Browns, in which those teams combined to leave about 37 runners on base. I'm only slightly exaggerating. We'll get into that question in just a couple of minutes. Plus, there is one thing happening in baseball over the last week that I absolutely despise. But I've got a good alternative for it. I'm not going to just be a Gen Xer shaking his fist at a cloud here. I have a legitimate solution to this problem. That's all on the way. Plus, in 20 minutes, is somebody maneuvering the chessboard ahead of the draft for a possible trade of a star? And will someone else be talking to the media at all ahead of the draft? We'll update you on the latest goings on around the NFL with the draft 11 days away. Masters update. Once again, the scoring is happening at Augusta today. You've got some people who are just going nuclear on Augusta National. Victor Hovland started the day at 1 over. He's now 5 under. For those not very good at math, including myself, I had to bust out a calculator. That's 6 strokes gained on 12 holes so far today. That's just one guy. Let's see. Who else has gone low so far today? Gary Woodland. Again, nowhere near the lead, but has gone from 6 over to 1 under today with 2 holes left to play. A gain of 7 strokes on the day. John Rahm has dropped 5 strokes today. He's all the way back to even par after a terrible start to the tournament. None of these guys who are out there right now are going to compete for the championship, but it does give us maybe a look into what scoring could look like for the leaders when they start to tee off in just a couple minutes for some of them, and in a little over an hour for the ones at the very tippy top of the leaderboard, like Lowry, Burns, Young, and of course, McIlroy. Will keep you up to date. Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show a little more than an hour from now to get you ready for the final day of the NBA regular season as well. But here's my question to you, because I need a neutral party to address this for me, Kate. I am a long-suffering Pittsburgh Pirates fan. Mm-hmm. Are the Pirates legit?
Well, first of all, I want to know your happiness level through the first month of the baseball season. Like, where are you right now? Are we at a 7? Based on what you've seen so far, like if your expectations coming into the year were this we're gonna be the same Pirates, but like, okay, just take it for what it is as of now. How happy are you with the product?
I think a solid 7 is good. The starting pitching has been good. Very good for the most part. The bullpen has only blown a couple of spots up. And, other than O'Neal Cruz tracking fly balls like a 9-year-old in right field picking dandelions from time to time, I mean, he's hitting the cover off the ball. They're scoring over 4 runs a game, which is decidedly better than a year ago. So I'd say as a fan of the team, yeah, it's a solid 7 so far. I'll reserve bigger numbers for later in the year when they really start to back up the way they've started. But I've also done the math here, Kate, because this is just amateur, what do they call it? Back of the envelope math, right? I worked it out. Again, as a long-suffering, not just Pittsburgh Pirates fan, but dad of a kid who's in algebra right now, I do a lot of math during the week, helping with homework. And I was just curious. Okay, all these people think the Pirates are going to win a certain number of games. Let's see what's realistic. Well, let's say Paul Skeens starts 30 games this year, right? That's realistic for a frontline starting pitcher who stays healthy all year. Let's say the Pirates win just 2/3 of those games, right? They don't all have to be Skeens wins necessarily, but let's say they win 20 out of 30 Skeens starts this year, right? That gets us 20 wins right off the top. Let's say they play 500 in the other 132 games that they play. That, again, some quick amateur math, is 66 and 66. That gets us to 86 and 66. Is that right? 140? No, I'm off by like 12 games there. Hold on. Help me with my math, Kate. I can't. I'm bad at it. I'm missing 10 games somewhere. So 71 and 71, I think, is what it would be in the remaining games. I think that's right. 142. It's not. It's still wrong. The point is, they could win somewhere around 82 to 85 games just based on going 500 in non-Skeens games and winning 2/3 of Skeens starts. That's enough to put them in wild card territory.
And their win total prior to the start of the season, 78.5. So they are clearly, I mean, based on that math, if we're going to go with that, and I think that's a fair way to do it, surpassing that win total. I think what's contributing to some of the Pirates' success here and what's making them feel a little bit more legit than we thought they would be coming in, and can they sustain it? Like, the pitching has been very good. You have a solid pitching rotation. The bats have been pretty good. I mean, for the most part, pitching, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because you're the Pittsburgh guy, Chris. You watch the Pirates a lot more closely than I do. Like, the pitching's been great solid over the last couple of years. It's just that they have no offense. All of a sudden, you're getting a little bit more offense. O'Neal Cruz has stepped up at the plate offensively. We know some of those defensive mishaps. And then also just, I know Connor Griffin isn't hitting the ball well, but like the excitement that he added to the team, like there's a confidence with this team, I think, that maybe they haven't felt in a little while. I know Skeens brought a ton of confidence, but confidence offensively and at the plate that, just, you know, the young prospects that they have are bringing to the clubhouse, and maybe that's making them this team play a little looser, which is why they're having more success early on this season.
Well, you've got a rotation, like you said, that's been good the last couple of years. Very good to excellent when Skeens is involved. But the important part to take away is that all 5 guys in the rotation were drafted somewhere in the top 100 of their respective drafts. Going all the way back to Mitch Keller, who was an early second-round pick all the way back in 2014. Skeens was obviously first overall. Carmen Majinski was a first-rounder. Braxton Ashcraft, a second-rounder. Bubba Chandler, a third-rounder. So they've all got the pedigree to continue to pitch well in the rotation. But then the offense, like we said, they're averaging 4.3 runs a game so far. That's with Marcell Ozuna so far being like 2 for the month of April. I think he literally has 2 hits so far. Not a single extra base hit, obviously. Not a single RBI. He's been a disaster. And Connor Griffin has gotten off to a slow start at the plate. A couple of the hits that he has managed to eke out have been little bloops, not hitting the ball especially hard. So if they do get that offense added into the equation, let's say Ozuna finds something and wakes up. Let's say Cruz continues to rake. Let's say Connor Griffin starts to actually hit the ball hard all over the place. You add that in with Ryan O'Hearn, who's hit the ball well. Brandon Lau has hit the ball well early on. Then, yeah, now you've got a legit 4.5 run a game offense where winning 2/3 of Skeens ball games becomes not just a very real proposition, but becomes what you should do. And my math was right. I broke it down while you were talking. If they win 2/3 of Skeens games and go 500 in every other game, they'll finish 86 and 76 based on Skeens starting 30 games. That's a wild card. And maybe in this division, maybe the way this division beats up on each other, maybe that's enough to win the division.
That's what I was going to say is this. It's, you know, you benefit from playing in this division with the teams that are in it, especially with the Cubs and some of the pitching issues that they have with Cade Horton going out and Justin Steele not back yet. Like the Cubs could find themselves in a pretty big hole that they're trying to climb out of midway, you know, 2/3 way through the season where, you know, Pirates are towards the top of that division. I wouldn't count them out for winning it all. A wild card is probably the more likely position that the Pirates will find themselves in order to reach the playoffs. But I'd prefer to be in the NL Central versus the NL West or.
Absolutely. Yeah.
or the, AL East, anything like that. Like, you're not getting out of those divisions.
The other problem with the NL Central that exists is you've got some of the worst City Connect jerseys in the world in this division. Okay? We've got the Brewers with their Wisco jerseys, which I read this big long piece the other day about how they wanted to very closely replicate the shade of blue in the sky as the sun sets over Wisconsin. That's just blue, man.
What?
That's just blue, okay? I don't know
That's
what
a
you were
really
going for.
dark blue for your sky. Like, think
Yes.
about it's like when you get a paint swatch and you put it on the wall and it looks really light. And then when you paint the whole room, it's like, holy cow, this is 7 shades darker than I thought it was. That's not sky blue.
No.
That's ridiculous.
So that's probably the most annoying. No, second most annoying of the City Connect jerseys. The one I hate the most. This Kansas City Royals City Connect jersey, Kate, looks like a KBO knockoff. Like, we've got this weird crown on the top, the front of the hat. The dumb stripes around the sleeves. I am not a fan of any of these City Connect jerseys, Kate, except the Braves one, because the Braves one looks good. It looks like a proper throwback. They got the lowercase script A on the hat, powder blue, dark blue brim. You got Atlanta in script across the front. This looks like something Big Boy from Outkast would wear. And that's a positive in my book, okay? If Big Boy would wear it to the club in Atlanta, then it's a quality jersey, and that's what the Atlanta City Connect jersey looks like. That's the only one out of the 8 that are good that I like.
I can get behind that one as well. It looks like a baseball jersey. It looks like something that you would be, well, it clearly is being worn. I also like the red stripe down the pants. That's very clean. The socks, they have some, I don't know what's going on with the socks, but there's some design there. I know you don't like the Cincinnati Reds jersey. I think that's the second best behind the Braves, but it also kind of reminds me, it looks like the Portland Trailblazers a little bit, like with the zigzag in the C. So that throws me off, because I'm thinking, here I'm looking at it and it's okay, it's the Reds, but my mind just goes straight to the Portland Trailblazers, which is probably not a good thing.
No, and all they really did was do, like you said, the weird crisscross design on the C, and they added some pinstripes, which you can't really see in the photo on the screen right now if you're watching on YouTube. But yeah, it's underwhelming. I've come up with a solution to this, though. And the solution is to stop messing around with City Connect jerseys, okay? And get me some good quality throwbacks. Like, what was it the Cubs were wearing on Friday? Was that a throwback? It was like a light powder blue, and they had the blue C on a white panel on the front of the helmet, but it was spelled Cubs. Like, that was a good-looking uni. Get me some throwbacks.
Let's see. The Cubs, they have the Wrigleyville. I think that's their City Connect, though, right? Is the Wrigleyville one?
Wrigleyville across. No, it just said.
These are the more powder blue ones that have the C and everything. Those are very nice. Those are more old school. Like, let's just go back to, and I pay attention to this a little bit more closely in basketball, but like the Minnesota Timberwolves, their old school jerseys when Kevin Garnett was playing, that's what you should be replicating for a City Connect type thing, is like that old school vibe versus trying to be all cute, where the Royals, they have the, whatever the little loop-de-loop on the hat is, that's supposed to
it's supposed to look like a crown. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the blue and purple kind of meshing into each other is supposed to be like the iconic waterway, like the fountain. Like, it just, you have to think too much. I don't want to have to think and like really have to dive in and analyze these jerseys in order to understand them. They should just be, I don't know.
It should
simpler.
be easy.
We're doing too much.
Here's the other thing too. It's baseball. We love nostalgia in baseball.
Right.
I'm about to go full James Earl Jones in Field of Dreams, but they want the nostalgia to wash over them. That's what people want when they watch a ball game. I want to feel like I'm a kid again. So here's my idea. Tell me if this makes sense. Pick one weekend every year. Usually on a holiday weekend would make the most sense. Like this year would be 4th of July weekend. It's the 250th anniversary of this great nation. So 4th of July weekend, every team, the entire weekend, wears throwbacks to the same year. Like this year, 1976 would be perfect, right? Think about it. You get and this is the first one. I didn't do this because I'm a Pirates homer. It's just the first game on the schedule on 4th of July. The Pirates are in Washington against the Nationals for like an 11 a.m. first pitch on the 4th of July. You get the Pirates in like those late 70s black throwbacks with like the yellow pants and the pillbox hat with the stripes and the Stargell stars. And you get the Washington Nationals in those powder blue Expos jerseys from the late 70s. That's what I want, and have the entire league play in throwbacks. I understand some teams don't have throwbacks because they weren't around in the 70s. Figure something out. You can do it. The Yankees, for example, never wear quote-unquote throwbacks because they've had the same jerseys for 100 years, 125 years. That's okay. Throw everything back to one specific year on one weekend out of the year, and everybody wears them all weekend. That's my solution to merchandising and selling more stuff rather than these terrible City Connect jerseys.
I mean, I think that's brilliant because looking back at these Pirates uniforms from the 70s, those are clean. Those are really nice.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like in another picture here, the Phillies, old school ones, the throwback with the P.
Yeah.
Like those are phenomenal too. Whereas these ones today just don't make sense. Like the Pirates ones today. Sure, they say Pirates across the chest, but what's going on with the hat? Is that a new logo? Is that an old school thing? Like, I don't know what that logo on the hat is all about other than it just being a pirate.
Yeah, like their City Connect jerseys are very underwhelming. Like they took the Pirates script and made it look more piratey, I guess. I don't know. And they put a pirate face on the front panel of the hat, but they changed the yellow to like this deep golden mustardish color.
Yeah.
Which, okay. So those don't do anything for me either. How much better would it be to have them in throwbacks? Or like, think about Orioles Reds on 4th of July. And the Orioles are in those late 70s throwbacks. Maybe the orange uni top with the black pants. And the Reds are wearing those old school all white with just the C on the upper right part of the chest, like the Pete Rose wore in the early 80s. Give me a throwback weekend to a certain year, one weekend out of every season, and I'm on board. You don't even have to. It doesn't have to be the 70s or 80s. Throw it back to like the mid to late 90s if you want.
Pick a year where everyone does the same from that same year. Also, like when they're wearing these uniforms, how cool! Like photos wise, watching on TV to have both teams in those throwback uniforms versus like teams just randomly wear their city. Like what's the schedule for wearing City Connect uniforms? How do teams decide that? Because it's weird when one team is wearing their City Connect and the other team's just wearing their normal uniforms. Like, how cool to watch where they're both in those types of throwback old school stuff. Like, that brings the nostalgia of baseball back.
Yes, that's what we're looking for. And not these knockoff looking City Connect jerseys that I just can't stand. Other than the Braves. Very good job by the Braves. Everybody else, terrible job. Is somebody moving the pieces around the chessboard to make a massive move once the draft is over? Looks like he may be. We'll tell you who we're talking about and what exactly we expect could go down coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
This time for Minnesota. Hurts pointing, throwing, trying to find a loose man. It's A.J. Brown. He's in. Touchdown Eagles on the opening drive.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Is Howie Roseman setting up the chessboard to move on from that man? Joe Davis on the call on Fox of A.J. Brown's touchdown against Minnesota on a fourth down play earlier this year. He's making some moves. Do any of them mean that he's getting ready for that post-June 1st trade of A.J. Brown? We'll get into it in just a moment here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app on YouTube, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight if you want to watch the show, and live across North America on Sirius XM channel 375. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable, and your calls as well at 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. The Masters final round is underway. We've mentioned it several times today. There is scoring happening. Patrick Reed and Colin Morikawa tee off in about 5 minutes, followed by Patrick Cantlay, Russell Henley, Scheffler, Haotong Li, Jason Day, Justin Rose at 2:03, and then Sam Burns, Shane Lowry at about 2:15, Cameron Young and Rory McIlroy right around 2:25, 2:30. We'll obviously keep you up to date on the leaderboard, which has seen some major moves by people that were at the back of the pack moving into the middle of the pack, like Victor Hovland dropping 7 strokes today through the first 14 holes. Ludwig Åberg, who was a favorite for a lot of people coming in, started the day 3 under. He's now 6 under after just 4 holes today. So I don't know if any of these players that are in the middle of the pack, like I said, Kate, end up moving towards the top of the leaderboard. But again, we're seeing the scoring happen, which means anybody within 4 or 5 shots of the lead going into their final round might have a chance to chase down McIlroy or Young at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I mean, when we're talking about guys going low and shooting, Hovland's 7 under and Woodland, like, they're great golfers, but they're also not at the same level as Scheffler and Rory McIlroy and some of those names. So if they can shoot something like that today, what do we think McIlroy, what do we think Scheffler can go today? Especially, I mean, the conditions look basically perfect here. And
yeah,
I don't think that's changing. We're not getting wind. We're not getting rain. We're not getting any elements. So as long as it stays the same, I think we're in for a very fun afternoon, the afternoon pairings as they start to go off pretty soon.
And with so many people involved, you may have an eye on who you want to bet. Get inside the BetMGM app for golf's first major of the year and grab a boost pack for the Masters, the final round today. You'll have 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. Activate one of those boost tokens for any bet on the Masters, and you'll get a bigger payout if your bet wins. From the opening drive today to the final putt at the end of the afternoon, you can get closer to the action at the Masters inside your BetMGM app. Download it today and make it legendary. So we talked about this early off the top of the show, Kate, but I think it's worth revisiting Howie Roseman sort of moving pieces around on the chessboard to prepare his roster for a possible departure from A.J. Brown. Now, again, the cap hit is massive, something like $43 million, I want to say, should they move on from A.J. Brown before June 1st. But this does set up with Roseman going out and getting, like we said, Elijah Moore, Marquise Brown, now the addition as well, just a couple days ago of,
Dontavian Wicks.
Thank you, Dontavian Wicks. You're the one with pregnancy brain, not me. I'm not supposed to forget names. All these secondary targets. And again, none of these guys, you could even Voltron these three together. They're not going to replace A.J. Brown, but it's a maneuver to maybe set yourself up so that when teams don't get what they want near the top of the draft, and they're still looking for receiving depth, or maybe it's a team that's been looking for a number 1 overall wide receiver, or a team that is just always looking to add, like the Rams, right? The Patriots have been in this conversation since the very beginning as well. It sets Howie Roseman up to be in at least a slightly better position to move on from A.J. Brown when presumably Devontae Smith becomes his number 1. He's got this crew of guys behind Smith who can step up as possible number 2s and 3s in that receiving core.
Yeah, I think what Howie Roseman's doing, and I mean, we hear the phrase playing chess, not checkers all the time, and a lot of that comes with Howie Roseman attached to it, is that he's making sure he is in position to be able to trade A.J. Brown if needed, if wanted, but doesn't necessarily have to. Like, you're stockpiling receivers on the back end to add depth if Brown is gone, if you find the right trade partner, if you find the right deal, where you're comfortable then letting him go, where if the right deal doesn't come around, all of a sudden you've got a pretty stacked wide receiving core, and you don't necessarily have to move him. I mean, if I were to guess, he's gone. He's not on the roster next year. You already have teams that are interested in him. You're kind of stockpiling those receivers. So it all makes sense. And I mean, it's Howie Roseman's a great general manager. He's made some great, smart moves in the past. And I think this would be just another one of those to add to his resume.
Yeah, and look, a lot of us said it. I wasn't unique in saying it. A lot of people said as soon as they were ousted from the playoffs, this Eagles team has to find a way to make the offense more about playing to the strengths of Saquon Barkley. And everything we've heard, all the reporting that's been done about this team in the offseason, in particular, like you referenced earlier, the Jeremy Fowler article that came out earlier this week about all the disagreement within the building and even within the huddle and on the sidelines about how this offense should be executed by Jalen Hurts. The best way to execute this offense, in my opinion anyway, is ground it in, no pun intended, the run game with Saquon Barkley. Ground it in that, make it about Barkley, which it really wasn't about all that much this past year. It's not a knock on Jalen Hurts to say that you can't ask him to repeatedly make massive plays week after week after week. It's more about giving yourself options. And this is a team, like most NFL teams, that plays better from ahead when they're able to dictate terms, when they're working from behind, especially when their offense is struggling. Asking Jalen Hurts to go out there, just stand back in the shotgun and sling the ball all over the yard 40 times is not what's best for any offense, I don't think, much less an Eagles offense that has one of the best backs in the game and should be looking to run the ball. They also had to deal with that added layer of how do we keep AJ happy all year long? You remove that distraction. Let AJ Brown go off, and maybe he's still a great receiver and plays well somewhere else, but you get a hefty return on the deal, and you're able to give Sean Mannion, the new OC, and Nick Sirianni the ability to really get their arms around the offense and corral what they want to do and make it about Barkley, without making Jalen Hurts feel like he's being hamstrung or taken out of the process. That's still something to monitor, I think, Hurts and how he handles things. But I think you simplify things a great deal if you remove A.J. Brown from the game plan. I know that sounds crazy. Oh, maybe you'll score more without A.J. Brown, but I think it streamlines the offense, if nothing else.
Well, and also, I mean, expectations going into last year was that Saquon Barkley was not going to have the same season he had, 2024 when he was setting records because of the workload during that season. It's just, you look at history, and a lot of times running backs, they're not going to repeat that because of, all the wear and tear on their bodies. So this would be the year that Saquon kind of quote unquote bounces back and is able to take on a larger role within that offense. And when you have a new OC, which the Eagles have, had a revolving door at OC for quite some time, like a good time to maybe adjust. And maybe this is a good thing for AJ Brown too. Like, he's been with the Eagles. It's been an up and down tenure with them. He is always at the forefront of any sort of locker room drama, it seems like, where maybe he goes somewhere else and just absolutely thrives. And this drama that he has brought to the Eagles doesn't follow him elsewhere. And maybe there's other coaches that don't even allow it to follow him elsewhere, but that could be a very positive for his career. Just not having that added baggage every Sunday when he goes out in the field where, he's reading books on the sideline, or he's, tweeting it right after the game and things like that. Like, it could be a very positive thing for AJ Brown's career as well.
Yeah. He goes someplace like New England, which has been talked about over and over again because he's got that connection with Mike Vrabel, who, by the way, it's being reported, won't be participating in the Patriots pre-draft press conference this year. This from Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk just a few hours ago, Kate. Mike Rice of ESPN reporting that Elliot Wolf, their VP of player personnel in Foxborough, will conduct the team's pre-draft press conference tomorrow at 2 Eastern. Vrabel, who at least last year was a part of the pre-draft press conference, will not be a part of it this year. I wonder why.
Interesting, Chris. Yeah. Any explanation as to why that the Patriots put out? Because usually, the head coach typically is a part of those. That's a head scratcher right there.
Yeah. It's not like he would be asked questions about anything else going on in his life. No,
strictly
not at all.
The draft. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, not to get into the tabloid story of the week here real briefly, because the tabloid parts of it don't necessarily interest me. I mean, they do slightly. Let's be honest. We're all human. We all
drama,
get sort of, we get a kick out of the drama and, but just aside from whether they were or they won't, aside from that part of it, like, this is where people question the role of these insiders, because as any reporter, and look, we both went to school for journalism. I know capital J journalism doesn't necessarily exist a great deal in our current world, in our current society. But one of the things that's important in capital J journalism is maintaining some neutrality on a story, or at least with your sources, and understanding that what even the source you are closest to tells you may not always be true. And when that source is giving you your information because you may be involved in some sort of relationship, and you therefore trust exactly what they say explicitly without necessarily checking it with other sources, or you report something that they tell you because it may help that source. Like, all of this stuff is what the real crux of the issue is with the whole Rossini-Vrabel thing. It's not whether they were or weren't cheating on their spouses, for example. Yeah, obviously, no one's a fan of that, but that's not where the issue comes in. It comes in where you've got somebody who calls themselves an NFL insider breaking stories that maybe weren't actually reported as well as they should have been because of the inappropriate relationship they have with a quote-unquote source.
And you just kind of wonder, Chris, those two going back to the Titans days where Rossini was, the beat reporter for ESPN, how many tips, how many bits of information that I know I had to pause there too. How many bits of information has either party given to the other that has affected major moves within the NFL because of the relationship that they had? Like, there's got to be some. I mean, the two of them canoodling together in one aspect, and within the other aspect
Love
Right,
the
like-
use of the word canoodling, by the way.
There's got to be a lot of moves within the league over the last 10 years, or at least a couple that have had substantial impacts because of the relationship between those two.
Yeah. Kind of news you looking for, Rossini? Just the tip. Sorry, I'm a 12-year-old. I couldn't resist. So we are in the midst of what will be the final 5 hours for Kate on the network before she goes on maternity leave. She is this close to having a baby. And while she says she and her husband have already decided on a name for baby Jane Doe, we are going to do our best to draft the best possible names. And we'll do that with a good old-fashioned BetMGM Game Day draft next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
good. Taking formula well.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
You know, credit to Nurse Dana. I can't remember the actress's actual name right now. Credit to her. She has worked on the Yinzer accent. I know she has. And that baby Jane Doe, the way she drops at, it's getting better. She's still got a little bit of a Delco.
Looking good. Taking formula well.
Taking formula well.
Catherine Lanassa. Thank you, Max, our video producer, for putting the name in the chat for me there. Catherine's done a great job fixing the Yinzer accent in season 2. She's still got some work to do. She still sounds a little more Delco than Yinzer, but she's getting there. What we do know is that Kate Constable, my esteemed co-host every weekend here on BetMGM Game Day, is this close to having her own little girl. I mean, the water may break in the next hour and a half, which would be great for content, but we're not wishing it on anybody, certainly.
Well, we might be. We might be wishing that. We're ready. Any day now.
She and her husband have a name picked out for little baby girl, baby Jane Doe. They have a name picked out. It won't be baby Jane Doe. And we don't know what it is. So we, the rest of the crew here on BetMGM Game Day, are going to draft baby girl names. We'll each get 3 picks. Our executive producer, Zach, Grant, our board op, and Max, our video producer, as well as myself. We will draft baby girl names, and Kate will tell us who did the best job. Obviously, with an angle, we would hope, towards dropping a hint as to what the name may be based prominently on whose draft she likes the most. So, Zach, you're the leader of this ship. You navigate us through 5 hours of nonsense every Sunday. I will give you the first pick in the baby name draft. You go first, Zach.
Okay, Chris, first of all, I'm really excited about this because this is a subject I haven't really thought about that much. Like, I've thought about some possible baby boy names just because I'm a guy. But, man, like, baby girl names, I don't have, like, a great point of reference here. So I'm just going to tell you guys straight up what's on my mind. So with the first pick, I'm going to go with the name just solely based on this reason. I have a sister, right? Her name starts with an E. Her name is Emily. And then, Chris, this relates to you. In country music, over the course of the last few days, a huge new album was just released by Ella Langley. Everyone's going nuts over it. Yep, so am I. It's really good. So for that reason, I'm going to make those 2 connections. I'm going to go with Ella as the first pick in our baby name draft.
That's solid, too. Remains pretty popular on the charts, as I've noticed. Yep. So Zach's first pick is Ella. Grant, you're up next. Who you got?
All right, I know Kate and her husband are based in Chicago, and I know that Chicago is very inspirational. So the first one I'm going to drop is Kenzie, but it's not going to be Kinsey like the street. So I'm going to drop Kenzie in there for you. So you don't have to name it after the actual street, because I don't know how many people are going to be named Kinsey that are walking around. So Kenzie would be my first pick.
That's good. Good. You could even go with Mackenzie.
You could make it Mackenzie at that point, too, or make it longer that way.
Yep, I have a niece named Mackenzie, so you could shorten it to Kenzie. That's very good. I like that. Max, your first pick in the baby girl name draft for Kate's soon-to-be-here child. This is very important. I know they say they've picked a name, but maybe they haven't. One of the ones we throw out, they'll end up pivoting towards. Max, what do you have first?
So I know a popular name amongst young girls is Amelia, so I'm going with Amelia.
Okay. I'll be honest. As this is a Gen X take. You guys probably won't get there with me, but there used to be books. I remember people getting them in the elementary school library. Amelia Bedelia. And that's my only
read those books back in the day.
That's my only fear is you get a whole lot of Amelia Bedelia. She'll wear that a lot in elementary school, and that's going to be tough. But a good name nonetheless. First overall, I'm going to go with one that can be shortened, but one that actually is pretty popular these days. Again, I've looked up the charts. I've done my research for this draft. I'm going to go with Delilah. And you're like, wait, that's like an old sounding name, Chris, but you can shorten it to Lila or even shorten it to Lily if you want. Delilah. So that's it, a little different, but I'm going to go with a not top of the charts name, but a strong second tier. And then the added catch to this is that by the time she's a teenager, Kate, that "Hey There, Delilah" by the Plain White Tees will be an old enough song that it'll be cool to be referenced.
Yep.
So I'll go with Delilah.
Okay.
All right, Zach, your second pick in the baby girl name draft for Kate.
Before I share my second pick, I just have to tell you guys. So I did Google just top 100 most popular baby names for just a point of reference. And I'm on this website right now, The Bump. Maybe you guys are familiar with it, but this is unreal. They have 100 of the best, most popular baby nicknames, and you click on the name, and it gives you all of these details, just going into the specifics about each one.
It's intense.
This is wild. Riveting stuff. I'm going to go with Charlotte for my second pick. We know we're a sports show. We know that the NBA playoffs are starting. I know Kate has been really into the Charlotte Hornets this year. That's one of her teams. I'll keep it in the sports family. Give me Charlotte with my second pick.
Okay.
I like
Charlotte's strong. Grant, who's your second pick?
So I'm going to keep it again kind of in the same theme. I was thinking some GOATs in Chicago. You got MJ, you got Ernie Banks. But for me, one of the biggest and most prominent people in Chicago is Walter Payton. So Payton would be my next pick.
Oh, that's a really good call. That's, I don't know. The look on Kate's face tells me something there. I don't know. Payton is a strong play there, Grant. She won't even say anything now.
Continue on, gentlemen. I gotta wait until the end.
Hold on.
I gotta wait
Hold
until
on.
the
Payton
end.
with an Hold on. Payton with an A or Payton with an E, Grant? This is important.
I mean, Walter Payton spelled with an A, but like most people would spell Payton with an E. So either way.
Okay. We'll go Payton with an A or an E for Grant's second pick. Max, your second pick.
Okay, so I don't have good reasons like everyone else. I'm just gonna go with Lily because I like that name and I've thought
Lily's
about
a
using that name.
Very cute.
Lily's a very good name too. I like that. My second pick, again, this ages me, it dates me, but being a Gen Xer like I am, I grew up watching The Sopranos, man. I was in high school and college when The Sopranos was popular, and Meadow, I feel like, would be a good fit. Meadow. We're going to go with Meadow as my second pick. So back up Delilah with Meadow. Third and final pick. Zach, what do you got?
Okay, I'm just looking for something unique here. I think my first two fit that bill, so I'll keep it going. Not many names that start with Q. Give me Quinn as my last pick.
Quinn. That's solid. That's
very
strong.
cute.
So Zach goes with Ella, Charlotte, and Quinn. Grant, you've got Kenzie and Peyton on the board. Who's your final pick?
So there's a trend that goes around that, like you say, you accidentally call her LeBron James Game 7 against the Warriors in 2016. So I'm going to keep something funny right here. Instead of calling her perfect, he called her November 3rd, 2016. And that's the day the Cubs won the World Series.
Oh, my God.
November
3rd, 2016. Okay. That's fair. Interesting enough. Max, what's your third and final pick?
That was a choice for sure. I'm keeping it to normal names. I'm going to Emily.
Emily's a strong one. That one never really goes out of style either. So that's a good call. The last one I'm going to throw up on the board. This is me being a homer, but I noticed the boom in this name around my area probably like 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and it's continued. Sydney. I can't help but get over the look on your face, Kate, when you heard Grant throw out Peyton. The look on your face told me a lot. I'm going to just leave it at that.
Well, I'll have an explanation for you guys and the winner on the other side. How about that?
Yes, plus a Masters update And which position are we most likely to see a run on in the first round of the NFL draft? That's all coming up on BetMGM Game Day.
Kick off to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
With you until 4 Eastern here on Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable, live across North America as well on Sirius XM Channel 375. You can always be a part of the show, 310-840-4910. Trevor Lane of the NBA front office show going to join us in about 20 minutes. Curious to talk to him about what he expects on this final day of the regular season and also which possible matchups in the first round he's most excited for. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive and get a fast quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Update on your Masters leaderboard. Obviously, we don't have any of the names that started the day within 5 strokes of the lead out there yet. Well, a couple of them. Patrick Reed and Patrick Cantlay are out there. Both of them still 6 under through the first couple of holes. But shortly, we will get to Haotong Li, Scotty Scheffler, Rose, Day, Lowry, Burns, Young, McIlroy, all teeing off in the next 45 minutes or less. And we'll keep you up to date on that Masters leaderboard. But lots of scoring done today. Plenty of guys have knocked a few strokes off, if not more, over the course of the front 9 that they've played, or in some cases all the way through their final round of 18. We'll talk as well in just a minute about which positions we think could be most likely to see a run during the first round of the NFL draft. But look, we had important things to take care of today because it's Kate's final show before maternity leave. And with that being said, she's got to find a name for this kid. Can't be Baby Jane Doe. So even though she says she and her husband have come to a conclusion about what the name of the baby is going to be, they know it's a girl. We thought we would draft names today. And so everybody here on the show did. Our executive producer, Zach, our board op, Grant, our video producer, Max, and myself each drafted 3 names. Zach's list, Ella, Charlotte, and Quinn. Grant's list, Kenzie, Peyton, and November 3rd, although he's learned now that it should be November 2nd, 2016, depending on what time zone you were in when the Cubs won the World Series. Max chose Amelia, Lily, and Emily. I went with Delilah, Meadow, and Sydney. Kate, you told us you were going to give us some feedback on this list. We all saw your face when Grant dropped Peyton in there. So tell me which list was the best.
Grant was heading straight to the top of the podium before November 3rd, 2016 came along. Peyton was one of the runner-ups for the reason that Grant threw out. My husband wanted Peyton as Walter Payton to spell it with an A. So that's where the smile came from, because you were right on track, Grant. I mean, that was heavily considered for quite some time. The Kenzie, also interesting, a little nod to Chicago. The middle name has a very, very tiny Chicago sports connotation that you wouldn't really know unless you kind of were a huge Chicago sports fan. Like, it's not an obvious thing to the random, person that you're introducing her to. So Grant, you were
so her
very
middle
much...
name isn't going to be Pippin.
It is not Pippin. No, absolutely not. My husband did want to name one. Scotty for a girl was thrown around, but he said, we can't have Scotty before we have Michael. You have to have Michael first. And those are the conversations I had to have, Chris, with my husband.
He's right. He's not wrong.
Right. He is right. So it's also not Scotty. I love the name Amelia. I think that is very cute. We have his cousin's new baby is Amelia, so that's off the list. Lily and Emily, kind of the same vibe of what we're going for. Chris, you're a little out there for me. Like, very cute names, but a little too. We're kind of just more like, I don't know, a little bit more normal.
Straight ahead, working from the popular list. Yeah.
So Zach has to be the winner here. My niece's name is Charlotte, which is a very cute name. So obviously not Charlotte. But those are kind of like down the Quinn, where it's not a super popular name, but it's not an out there weird name. It's just kind of normal, but you don't hear it all the time type of thing. So the name is not on this list at all. But you guys are kind of on the right track of how we're approaching the naming of the name, the naming of the baby. So good job, guys.
we're excited. The next time we see you, we will know the answer.
Yes.
So we are very, very close
We'll
to
see
getting.
if you can pick up on the middle name, the reasoning for the middle name.
That's the rest of my afternoon now is trying to figure out the middle name and what it may be. I like the fact that it's far enough off the board that there's no way I'll probably figure it out though. So that's fun. Trevor Lane of the NBA front office show in just a couple minutes. And we will talk amongst ourselves about which first round matchups we're most excited for. But speaking of the first round of the NFL draft, Kate, is now just 11 days away. We asked Jarrett Bailey about this earlier from SB Nation about which position he thought was most likely to see a run in the first round. And he mentioned all the hype around this receiver class. The more I read, and I asked Jarrett about this, and I think it has as much to do with just dynamics around the league as much as the players that are available this year, is that edge position. Like I saw another mock this morning that had 8 edge rushers, I think, going in the first round. That's the position that I could see something happening where we get a run, say in the top 10 or somewhere in the early teens, that all of a sudden floods that position group out there in the draft. And now maybe we're seeing some of those other high value positions like tackle or O-line or wide receiver filter their way towards the bottom of the first round.
Mm-hmm. I'm, lockstep in that thought as well, Chris. I think edge is the position that comes off the board early and then kind of has a run a little bit later in the first round, where teams kind of start to not panic at all, but kind of think, okay, some of those top rushers are gone. Teams are really going after those this season. I better jump in and grab the guy I want before he's gone. And the talent pool is there for edge rushers this year. I mean, there's a lot of very talented players at that position that could really, change a organization, change a team, a dynamic of a defense within the first couple of years that they're on the roster. So I think we see that. I thought it was interesting that wide receiver was thrown out with Trevor. I know it's a decent it's a good wide receiver class. But I don't know, do we get that many? I mean, right now, ESPN projected best overall. There's 5 wide receivers in the first round that are going.
Yeah. I think the wide receiver position was, I called edge rusher kind of overheated right now. And a lot of that has to do with the dynamic around the league that everybody believes you have to have a very good, if not elite edge rusher, or else your defense is going to struggle, or you're not going to be able to slow down very good opposing quarterbacks, especially if you get to the playoffs. I think wide receiver was being overheated very early in this offseason draft process because there was such quality talent, right? Like Carnell Tate's going to be a top 10, if not top 5 maybe pick, probably more like 5 to 10. Mekhi Lemon is very good. Jordan Tyson obviously has health concerns and injury concerns, but I still think he's probably a top 15. I think the one thing that's interesting to consider when we talk about receivers and which ones come off the board in the first round, Casey Concepcion has been mentioned as well, Denzel Boston maybe, is you have that added variable of Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon. And I'm curious to see, do you have maybe a wide receiver needy team or interested team in wide receivers decide to go with Sadiq instead? Because, again, he's one of those tight ends. He's not a prototypical inline blocking tight end. He's a guy who you're going to line up as an H-back. You're going to line up in the slot. You're going to use him like an Isaiah Likely type tight end. You're going to line him up a lot as a wide receiver. And that's why a lot of people have mocked him to say Kansas City, for instance, where he can become sort of a Kelsey 2.0. How does that affect the shifting of the receivers? Because if you have Baltimore, for example, or I don't know, throw Pittsburgh out there maybe, or I've seen Carolina, if you have them jumping on Kenyon Sadiq rather than going wide receiver, how does that shake out the wide receivers then late in the first round?
And I mean, what we've seen in previous drafts with those tight ends is that they're becoming a little bit more popular to grab them early on. I mean, the Colston Loveland last year with the Bears, Tyler Warren too, and that they're able to make immediate impacts. So that's a really good point. Plus, in the second round, a lot of the wide receivers that are mocked are way further down the board. So I don't think we're going to see any like big jump where Zachariah Branch, goes in the first round, or Bernard from Alabama jumps up into that first round where we have to worry about all of a sudden you get, more receivers going early on. So I still think it's edge, and then maybe, the offensive line gets addressed for some of these teams and you have some offensive tackles. There also seems to be, Chris, several players, like secondary players, whether it's safety, whether defensive back, quarterback, in the first round that are pretty highly rated, whether that's Caleb Downs, Delane. Who do you have late?
Delane, yeah.
Yep.
Dylan,
some of those
the
guys.
idea of Thieneman and Downs both going in the top 15 is something I've seen out there, which safety is not traditionally a role that you think of spending a first round pick on unless you really believe they're like Hall of Fame level elite talent. And I could see people thinking that about Caleb Downs in some respects. Thieneman, a little less so. It's not a knock on the kid. I think he'll be a good NFL player, very good maybe. But the idea of it's another position that I think, again, to use this term that I've used a couple times, is getting a little overheated in the draft in so much as teams now look at safety and say, okay, if we have a safety that can, very inspired by Kyle Hamilton, really. If we have a safety that we feel is capable of playing center field, can also play a split cover two, but can also come down into the box occasionally and play the run. If we have that all-in-one weapon at safety, okay, now we're not as worried about who our off-ball linebackers are. We're not as worried about getting caught in nickel in short to mid-yardage situations. All of these things that I think safety is a very important weapon. But again, the mock I'm looking at right now has 3 safeties going in the first round. That's not something we would have seen a lot of over the last 5 to 10 years. I think maybe that's the Kyle Hamilton effect, for lack of a better way to put it.
I mean, he went 14th overall back in 2022. I mean, I just think back to like Cooper DeJean too from Iowa that went, he was second round, 40th overall. And he was there was another safety or someone in that draft that that went higher than DeJean.
Yeah. He was,
but still probably not
ago,
first
24?
round. I believe so.
Yeah. Hold on. I want to make sure I have it right. And I don't. Quinyon Mitchell, was he
I think that was the same draft.
That's right. It was the same draft. Mitchell. Yeah. So, but yeah, I don't know. Are either Mitchell or DeJean necessarily those true safeties that they were sort of hybrid D-backs, I think. Mitchell more of a corner, DeJean can play corner. But yeah, safeties that can play anywhere. Like, if you have that guy, and again, I'll use Hamilton as the comparison because I think he's probably the prototype for this. Guys that can play down in the box, can play cover two, can play single high. I just don't know how many of those guys are necessarily first round picks. And that feels like a position that's getting a little overheated. Running back for a long time has been a position that people swore off drafting first rounders. But here we are again. It's hard to argue that Jeremiah Love may be the most talented guy in the draft. So if he goes top 5, it's not going to be surprising. Like, I see him to Tennessee at 4, the Giants at 5, Washington at 7, New Orleans at 8. If he somehow survived to the 9th pick to Kansas City, but it feels like there's no way Jeremiah Love gets to Cincy at 10.
No, I don't think so. And I mean, with his talent, I don't think that's super surprising that he wouldn't get there. I think you have to have the talent of Jeremiah Love in order to be drafted that high as a running back, because what we've seen with running backs is that their position has been more devalued than probably any other position over the last couple of, last 5 years or so. So, I mean, good for him to be fourth overall on the big board over at ESPN, best available. But I don't think we see any other running backs, certainly not get taken in the first round, and it maybe even, well into the second. I don't even see anyone mocked in the second. Jadarian Price, his teammate.
Yeah. I've seen Price mocked somewhere. Yeah. Middle second round. Mike Washington Jr. from Arkansas, maybe late second round, early third. I've seen that name thrown out there too. But, these positions have a way of, I don't want to say getting caught in a rut. The personnel directors have a way of getting caught in a rut with some of these positions, but it very much is a hierarchy of, I know I got to have quarterback. I know I've got to have left tackle. I know I've got to have edge. I've got to have corner. I've got to have a wide receiver 1. And we're seeing a little bit of a shift where safety, for example, is gaining added importance. And I don't know, again, if it's necessarily the talent that's out there in the first round this year, or it's just teams trying to follow that blueprint that they've seen other teams go with, and it's worked, again, to go back to the Kyle Hamilton comparison.
And also, I mean, to go back to the Jeremiah Love topic as well, I think that is one where the fit has to be there for the team along with, best available player, because you could take, if you have multiple needs and you want to just go best available, you have to kind of have the need at running back in order to follow that course of action, right? If you already have a fairly strong running back room, you're not taking Jeremiah Love at, I know the teams that are drafting at these might not, whatever, but you're not taking him just for the sake of he's the best player on the board right now if that need doesn't fit, more so at running back than any other position. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I have a question for you. We can answer this later. But who do we think will be the best player out of this draft 5 years from now when we're looking back on it? We can get into that a little bit later. We'll also keep you up to date on the Masters as well, obviously, as Rory McIlroy and Cameron Young are ready to tee off in less than 10 minutes at Augusta National. Coming up next, though, it's the final day of the NBA regular season. And we're this close to getting some of the playoff matchups we've been dying to get. How many guys are actually going to play in today's game? That's a good question, because some of these don't mean anything. And what do we expect when we get to the play-in and the full-fledged playoffs? Trevor Lane of NBA Front Office and Lakers Nation joins us next on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
Gilgeous-Alexander. Wow.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
SGA looks ready for the playoffs, as do the Thunder. Kevin Harlan on the call on Prime Video. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Getting ready for the final day of the NBA regular season. Will anybody actually be playing in these games? We'll see. But some of them still do mean something for positioning in both the East and the West. Which matchups are we most looking forward to? Maybe not today, but certainly in the play-in and the playoffs when they get started. From the NBA Front Office Show, as well as Lakers Nation on YouTube. Follow him on social media at Trevor Lane. It's Trevor Lane with us on BetMGM Game Day. Morning, Trevor. How are you?
Well, exciting. The final day of the regular season is here, and we get to finally figure out our playoff matchup. So it's a fun time of year around the league, and thank you for having me on.
Yeah, you said you saw a post somewhere while we were talking during the break as soon as you logged on about how many players will not be playing today, that we're talking about somewhere over $1 billion worth of cumulative salary sitting today out. So with it being the final day of the regular season, which games will still be worth keeping an eye on to help decide positioning going into the play-in and the first round?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of games that are still going to be factors here. There's going to be a lot of teams that are just locked in, and they're going to be sitting players. You look at the Knicks, you look at the Celtics, the Pistons, the Thunder, right? I mean, these teams are locked into their positioning, and so they're going to be sitting guys. But like the Toronto Raptors could fall anywhere 5 through 8, depending on the outcomes of today's game. So they're going to be playing their guys. The Miami Heat have a lot on the line as well. Right now, sitting in the 10 seed, they could move up to 9. The Charlotte Hornets in that position as well. Interestingly, the Denver Nuggets are going to be, looks like, sitting most of their rotation. Nikola Jokic figures to play because that will put him with the games played minimum in order to qualify for postseason awards at 65 games. But other than that, the rest of the Nuggets are probably going to sit, which could maybe set up the Nuggets to fall from the 3 seed to the 4 seed, but maybe they are okay with that. My Lakers appear to be poised to play most of their team. LeBron James and Jackson Hayes are questionable right now, but the teams with something to play for left, they seem to be playing their guys, but there are a lot of teams that are locked in right now and are going to be sitting players.
Yeah, the Lakers play the Jazz today. You'd have to imagine that the Jazz aren't wanting to win that game, whereas the Lakers maybe a little bit more so. Would the Lakers having a first-round matchup, say they did jump the Nuggets for that 3 seed against the Timberwolves, be better? Or do you like the matchup against the Rockets, that 4-5, if the Lakers stay at 4?
I like the matchup with the Rockets better. Personally, they've had pretty good success recently against the Rockets, beat them twice on their home floor. Now, that was with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. The reality is the Lakers will be heavy underdogs against anybody that they're matched up with in the first round, simply because they're so injured right now. But regardless, I do think the matchup with the Rockets is a more realistic one for them to at least stay in. That's the goal for this team right now. It's just stay alive and hope that Luka and or Austin can come back. So stay alive as long as they can. I think it's more probable against the Rockets to do that. That said, the downside is if you go that path and you stay in the 4 seed, then that means you're in the OKC side of the bracket, which is probably also not where they want to be. So it looks like the Lakers are just going to try to win, do their best, and then let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, I was going to ask this, Trevor, and you talk about which side of the bracket you end up on in the West. Does it really matter? Because those two teams, the Spurs and the Thunder, I mentioned it earlier in the show. I think they have 5 combined losses since the All-Star break, something like that. They're just absolute wagons right now. Is there any reason to believe, I know I'm projecting out another month and a half from now, but is there any reason to believe that the Western Conference Finals aren't the de facto NBA Finals?
No, I don't think so. Well, yeah, let me clarify. So the Celtics, I think, can be very, very good, especially with Jason Tatum back. That can turn into a very, very high caliber matchup there. Detroit, certainly we need to give them credit. But over the course of the season, we take it in its totality. The Spurs and the Thunder have been the 2 best teams in the NBA. I think the fascinating thing that could happen today, though, that is the San Antonio Spurs playing the Denver Nuggets. Denver, I think, in the West is the next closest to those 2 teams and could give either one of them a real run. If the Spurs beat the Nuggets today, and the Lakers win, that would kick the Nuggets into not the Spurs side of the bracket, but the OKC side of the bracket. So the Spurs could take their biggest threat and kick them over to the other side of the bracket if they beat a Denver Nuggets side that is going to be resting a number of players. So I think that's going to be a fascinating thing to watch today. But I do think San Antonio, OKC, they're the best of the best in the NBA right now. And I will be surprised if they're not in the Western Conference Finals. I'll be surprised if one of those two teams is not the favorite going into the NBA Finals.
So over on the East, I mean, we have maybe three teams that you just named. Over on the West side, the Thunder, the Nuggets, and the Spurs being the competitors there. Is there more than two teams on the East? I mean, we've got to give the Pistons their flowers, like you mentioned. The Celtics, obviously, with their roster, they're dangerous. But like any of those 4 through 6 teams, could you see them making it to the Eastern Conference Finals?
It's possible, certainly. I mean, last year we went into the Eastern Conference playoffs saying it's Cleveland, it's Boston. They're destined to meet in the Eastern Conference Finals. Nothing's going to change that. Lo and behold, neither one of them survived till the Eastern Conference Finals. You never know what's going to happen for sure, especially in a conference where things are going to be this close. That said, outside of the top 4, I think Boston right now is the favorite to come out of the East. That's my opinion. But outside of the top 4, the Hawks have been the team that have been making a really strong late surge. They've got the wing depth that they need. They've really been playing good basketball since they've been playing smaller. I think if anybody is going to be the team to upset one of those top 4, it is the Atlanta Hawks. They're certainly the team to keep an eye on. But I'll tell you my favorite team out of the non-top 4 in the Eastern Conference, just on a pure fun scale, it's the Charlotte Hornets. They're going to be in the 9-10 matchup, but their offense is so explosive. They just start raining threes. They are an absolute blast. So I am quietly rooting for the Hornets to last as long as they can, just because they're such a fun team to watch. But in terms of realistic shot to upset one of the top 4 in the East, it's the Hawks.
You know, I was looking at the Sixers a couple weeks ago, Trevor, when I saw Paul George make his comeback, and I was like, okay, maybe the Sixers, find some things down the stretch, and they're a little frisky, especially if they're coming from the play-in, or they're especially at one point we thought they might get the Pistons in the first round without Cade Cunningham, but here we are. We're at another Joel Embiid health issue. I know there's nothing he can do about an emergency appendectomy. That's not on him necessarily, but how frustrating does it have to be a Sixers fan? And every year, even when you get what may be a late reprieve, like, oh, Paul George is back in the lineup, and then all of a sudden we go once again from trust the process to trust the diagnosis. How frustrating does it have to be for a Sixers fan?
Beyond frustrating. I mean, they just can't seem to get their guys out there and healthy. And you look at how much of their cap is being taken up by Joel Embiid and Paul George to now have it be, it's not like he stepped on somebody's foot and turned his ankle. I mean, appendicitis, like talk about bizarre injury. We've got a collapsed lung with Cade Cunningham. I mean, I guess at least that happened in an NBA game, but now we've got appendicitis with Joel Embiid. Just a very rough turn of events. They've got to be hoping that somehow the stars align and they can get into the 6th seed, because that would buy an extra week for Joel Embiid to recover and maybe get back and not have to participate in the play-in. I don't think it's particularly likely, but incredibly unlucky for a Philadelphia 76er team that just feels like they've been dealing with so many injuries over the years. I hope things work out for them today. I think they can be a feisty team. I'd be talking about them right along with the Hawks had they been fully healthy, but this appendicitis now, who knows when Joel Embiid's going to be able to come back from that. And just brutal in Philly. You hate seeing this.
Yeah, I would hate to be a Philly fan. It seems to never be fun there. Trevor, this year has been somewhat unprecedented in terms of the tanking that we've seen this year. Obviously, it's been a massive topic. Is it more so happening this season because of all the talent in this year's draft? I know the NBA is going to try and kind of put the kibosh on it going forward, but is it kind of just related to the talent this year and maybe next year, because that the talent pool as of right now doesn't look quite as comparable? We may not see this type of tanking going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is why the NBA has to be very, very careful with what they do this summer to address tanking, because you may be solving a problem that will not exist next year automatically. The next year's draft class is not projected to be very good. In fact, when you look at the teams for next year that right now are tanking, there's only maybe 4 of them that you would project will be also looking to continue a rebuild process next year. The rest of them, like the Indiana Pacers, the Utah Jazz, they're going to be looking to take significant steps forward and be playoff teams next year. So I don't think the tanking problem, whether the NBA does anything about it or not this summer, is going to be nearly as big of a problem next year, simply because the quality of the draft class is not there. Teams are tanking right now because this is considered to be a generational draft class. And when you look at the teams at the top right now, look at the Spurs, look at the Thunder, the Detroit Pistons, you look at the work they've all done in the draft and how they've built their teams around it. That's why there's incentive to continue to tank, to get those high picks, stack them up, and then build your team from there. It is considered to be a viable way to build out your roster. But if that top-end talent is not there in the draft, that incentive to tank simply isn't going to be there. So it's been a outlier tanking season. There have been a lot of teams pulling a lot of shenanigans in order to lose games. I just don't think it's going to be much of a problem next season, and the NBA has to be very careful they don't overcorrect.
Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show and the Lakers Nation Show. Find them both on YouTube. Find Trevor on social media at Trevor Lane with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. I watched the Celtics lose to the Knicks the other night, Trevor, and I know it was without Jaylen Brown, and it was on the road at the Garden, but I saw for the first time like a significant level of rust on Jason Tatum that it felt like we hadn't really seen since he came back from the Achilles. Just how much should Celtics fans consider that going into the playoffs? That, hey, we have to remember that this guy is still fresh off of a major surgery and may have nights where he goes, whatever it was, 7 of 20 and like 2 of 10 from 3 and is a minus 16. And that might create a hiccup as far as how deep they think they can go this spring.
Yeah, I think there absolutely needs to be grace for Jason Tatum. And I think that you have to remember, it's easy to get caught up in the moment of the playoffs and you must win and we got to advance and we got to win and all of this. But we have to remember the Boston Celtics, they're playing with house money. I mean, this was supposed to be a gap year and they're the 2 seed. This was supposed to be a year where they took a step back. They traded away Kristaps Porzingis, traded away Drew Holiday, shed salary. Tatum is dealing with a torn Achilles. And here they are. They've had this incredible season. If it doesn't end in a championship, but by the way, I have them as the favorites right now to come out of the East. But if it doesn't end in a championship, that does not necessarily mean failure. Just as if Jason Tatum struggles a bit in the playoffs, and he may not, he's going to have his games where he's excellent as well. But if he does have some hiccups there, it's very understandable. It's not a reason for fans to be upset. This has been an incredible season for Boston, a season that nobody saw coming. What they've been able to do. And I think that context has to be remembered here. So if Tatum does have an off shooting night, if he doesn't look quite like himself as he is recovering from this injury, that's okay. That's all right. It is miraculous that they are where they are right now. And it could very well work out for them, but we just have to keep the big picture context in mind.
Trevor, very quickly here, two options for this answer here. You cover the Lakers for Laker Nation. Is LeBron James back in a Laker uniform? I guess there's 3 options. In a Cavs uniform or no longer in the league? About 30 seconds.
I wouldn't have said this 6 weeks ago, but he's back. I think he'll be back next year with the Lakers. He's been having so much fun. Unfortunately, the team got hit by injuries, but he was having a blast with this team over the month of March. Things clicked. They finally looked like they figured things out with LeBron, Austin, and Luka. And so I think LeBron winds up back with the Lakers for one more season next year.
Great stuff, Trevor. We appreciate it. Hopefully we get to chat with you again during the playoffs. Enjoy the final day of the regular season for what it's worth and the play-in games and the start of the first round. We'll catch up again soon.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Trevor.
Absolutely. Check out Trevor on YouTube, on the NBA Front Office Show and the Lakers Nation Show, and on social media at Trevor Lane. Yeah, we talked about it, Kate, earlier in the show, but the West is San Antonio or OKC. I know there's that outside shot that Trevor brought up and we mentioned as well at the Nuggets. But you look at the East, and I don't know. Every team has their warts that make you go, even at the top four. I could see that team falling early or that team falling early. And then you have an Atlanta or an Orlando or a Charlotte maybe getting hot at the right time. And you go, the East feels like it could go upside down very easily.
Well, that's the thing is like maybe that's what we see from the East is one of those teams like Atlanta, Charlotte. I mean, I don't think Toronto's quite there, but like those being the teams that surprise us and come out of the East or make it deeper than we anticipated this year. Because how many times have we used this phrase throughout the NBA season? The East is wide open. The East is so weak this year. Like maybe this is one of those years where we do get one of the more obscure teams or lower seeded teams making the deep run versus just relying on it being Boston, New York, Cavs, Pistons, those top four. I mean, the Knicks have been playing well lately, 5 straight wins, but they always have their issues, it feels like, come playoff time. I mean, the point that Trevor made about Jason Tatum coming back and like the pressure not exactly being on, because it was like that could play into it. So I think it'd also be really fun if we saw an Atlanta Hawks team go on a deep run or some fresh blood out of the East this year.
Yeah. Or like you mentioned, Charlotte too, you know, like the idea of the Hornets getting through the play-in, but maybe facing Detroit in the first round as the 8th seed. Those two have played a couple of games this year where they've absolutely physically beaten the snot out of each other. They don't like each other. That could be a great dynamic for a first round series. Plenty of things to keep an eye on. We'll talk about the series that we are most interested in of the potential first round matchups in a little less than an hour. Plus, we get back into conversation surrounding the draft and the NFL offseason. Masters now has a 3-way lead at the top of the leaderboard as Sam Burns has entered the chat after birdieing the first hole. And now you've got Burns, Cam Young, and Rory McIlroy all at 11 under. We'll keep you up to date on the leaderboard at Augusta. Coming up next, 2 minutes, you feel shame, and then they set you free. 2 minutes for hockey next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports.
Look out right in front of Kevin Weeks. Ovechkin the takeaway. Feeds it back. Ovechkin scores! An empty netter for Alex Ovechkin.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
An empty netter for Alex Ovechkin and probably his final appearance against his rivals, the Penguins, in Pittsburgh. They dropped the puck again on another meeting between the two teams in D.C. in just a couple of moments. That was yesterday, NHL.com with the audio. And we're going to take just 2 minutes. 2 minutes for hockey. It might end up being more like 5, but 2 minutes because, you get 2 minutes for hooking, 2 minutes for slashing so 2 minutes for hockey before we get back into the NBA playoffs at the top of the hour. A Masters update forthcoming as well. Somebody we told you to keep an eye out for is already making a move. We'll get into that at the top of the hour as well here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Inside the Westwood One Sports app, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. Before we get into Ovechkin, Crosby, and the two legends meeting, maybe for the final time this afternoon in D.C., Kate, if you are not a hockey fan, much less sort of a West Coast hockey fan, I don't know if it quite hits you to hear or to think about the fact that Anze Kopitar, who won multiple Stanley Cups with the LA Kings, played in all likelihood his final game in LA at the Staples Center yesterday in front of Kings fans, and then gave a very emotional goodbye to the crowd immediately following the game.
For the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. This has been my home for 20 years.
So we're at that point in the season where we're seeing guys who, for this generation of hockey fans, are maybe never going to be seen again, and that includes Ovechkin as well. It's always something when you see an athlete reach that point where they've got to hang up the skates, hang up the cleats, whatever it may be, hang up the bat and the glove, and they're going out. Like Kopitar's speech yesterday in L.A., you could hear how choked up he was. Alex Ovechkin, who's been a hated rival of Pittsburgh Penguins fans for years, getting a standing ovation yesterday in Pittsburgh. It's something to see careers come to an end like this, and to see guys, I guess, get their flowers, for lack of a better way to put it.
I mean, Chris, you can't be playing that sound for a woman that's 9 months pregnant. Like, that's so sad. Hearing his voice just tremble makes me want to burst into tears. But I think it's. I mean, especially with Crosby getting a standing ovation and stuff like that. Like, that's just the respect of the sport. And I think in any sport, any professional sport, like the respect that hockey players have for one another, they can hate you all you want when you're on the ice. But like after that, there's a amount of respect that's kind of, you don't really see in every other professional sport, whether that be the NFL, NBA. So it's great to see these guys after the careers that they've done, everything they've done for the sport in terms of building it up over the last 20 some years, to be able to leave the game or feel like they're leaving the game in a good spot and have that respect return from, the teams that have hated him forever. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is something that I don't want to say you only see it in hockey, but it feels like it's more prevalent in hockey. Yeah, this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com, because there are heated rivalries, no pun intended. I haven't actually watched the show, although my wife wants me to watch it with her. There are heated rivalries in hockey that I can't describe to you the level of hatred that I, for example, as a Penguins fan, feel towards the Philadelphia Flyers. I have grown up a Pittsburgh sports fan, and I hate the Ravens. I hate the Browns. I dislike the Bengals. I dislike the Patriots. I don't like the St. Louis Cardinals. I don't like lots of teams. I don't like the Capitals. I don't like the Rangers. But I don't hate. I'm a Penn State fan, obvious to those of you watching the video today. I hate Ohio State, but no level of hate approaches what I feel for the Philadelphia Flyers. And so the fact that the Penguins and Flyers may play each other in the first round this year, towards the end of Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin's careers, and you may get that rivalry turned up to 11, yet when it's all said and done, regardless of how it ends, they'll still shake hands and skate away at the end of the series. That is something that I think you really only get to that level in hockey.
Yeah, 1,000%. And you hate a lot of teams, Chris. Like, you just named a lot of teams that you hate.
Yeah.
Being out on that side.
Sorry.
Are you confident in your Penguins to win that series?
I feel better about them winning that series than they would a series against the Islanders or the Bruins if it shook out that way. Again, we'll see how it shakes out standings-wise. The Islanders are right on the precipice of being eliminated. I'd feel a whole lot better about the Penguins should they get the Flyers or the... I don't think they can get the Senators. No, they can't get the Senators in the first round. And they actually can't get the Bruins in the first round either. I want to make sure I have this right. They can get the Islanders. They can get the Blue Jackets, I believe, in the first round. Yeah, I'd be okay with them getting the Flyers. The one thing I will say is that is good for hockey. Having a rivalry like that in the first round and having Sidney Crosby back in the playoffs, because whether you like hockey or not, let's assume you're just an average everyday sports fan who doesn't watch a lot of hockey. You turn on the playoffs, the first weekend of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and you see Sidney Crosby on the ice. You go, oh, okay, I know who that is. And you watch for a couple of minutes. If you see the Penguins and Flyers playing each other, you go, ooh, everybody there hates each other. I'm going to watch for a couple more minutes. There's some energy here, some emotion. I like that. And conversely, if you already are a hockey fan and you turn on the first weekend of the playoffs and you see Sidney Crosby and the Penguins against the Philadelphia Flyers, you watch for one of two reasons. Either you want to see a legend like Crosby advance in the playoffs and play some more, or you're a Flyers fan or an Islanders fan or a Rangers fan or a Devils fan or any other Eastern Conference team, and you go, I hate Sidney Crosby. I can't wait to see this guy lose. So, all of those reasons and more, it's good if the Flyers and Penguins meet each other, and it's good if Sidney Crosby is back in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
I mean, I'm that average casual fan throughout the regular season, but I do think that there is nothing better than playoff hockey. Like, playoff hockey, it's just a completely different level. And it is because of a lot of the quote-unquote characters on all the teams that you just learn to hate. And that's why you root against them.
Yeah, you're rooting for the emotion. We'll update you on the Masters leaderboard. Somebody is making a move, a couple guys maybe, and we'll update you on how it's looking now that everybody is officially out there for the fourth and final round, plus the NBA playoffs. Which first-round matchup are we most intrigued by? Next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Smart takes, real stakes. The weekend starts now with BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We told you to look out that he might be coming up the leaderboard. Who's making a move at Augusta in the final round of the Masters? We'll tell you in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Inside the Westwood One Sports app, wherever you may be across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. I'm Chris Mack. Alongside Kate Constable, you can always join the show as well. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910 to be a part of the conversation in 20 minutes. Could somebody be in for a particularly painful Thursday night of the NFL draft? We'll tell you exactly who we're talking about. Plus, also, somebody may be moving some chess pieces around the board as well. And somebody that wants out of a situation. All that coming up in about 20 minutes. And we've got first-round matchups that are going to be decided. Have already been decided in some places as we're on the final day of the NBA regular season. But let's be honest, some of these matchups are more appealing than others. So let's dive into which matchups exactly we think are most intriguing or attractive. That in just a second. Cameron Young has taken the lead now at Augusta. Kate, a birdie on 2. He is at 12 under. Rory McIlroy, a shot off the lead at 11 under. And look who's charging with a pair of birdies on 1 and 3. Scotty Scheffler is now 9 under and just 3 off the lead. We talked to Jeff Feinberg earlier who said, don't forget Scotty. And here comes Scotty.
Yeah, it just seemed like only a matter of time before Scotty started climbing, and he didn't waste any time. I mean, he's through 4 today, and he's already 2 under. That's a bad sign for anyone else near Scotty on the leaderboard, specifically Cameron Young and Rory McIlroy. Burns got up there earlier, but I think he just had a double bogey.
Yeah.
He went birdie, double bogey. So he's a couple back now. But I mean, I would love this to come down to Scheffler and McIlroy. That would be pretty fun.
Oh, that would be epic.
Shane Lowry being up at the top too, Chris, and just being such good friends with McIlroy. That's kind of just an intriguing storyline as well. Those two being the Irishmen.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think any of those possibilities. Now, obviously, Scheffler's going to finish a good 20 minutes to a half hour ahead of McIlroy, a couple holes ahead of him, you would presume. So it would be interesting to see, like we said earlier, we kind of laid out the scenario where Scheffler gets hot because plenty of people today have been able to score in the low to mid 60s. Like the course is just allowing people the opportunity to score today. So it would be something to see Scheffler storm all the way back and ahead and then watch McIlroy or Young try to hang on coming down the stretch. Cam Young now the favorite at BetMGM plus 160. Rory is plus 188. Scotty all the way down to 4-1 despite being 3 shots off the lead. And then Justin Rose and Shane Lowry at 14-1. So
I mean,
look,
Scotty,
we're not the only ones
Chris.
keeping an eye on Scotty.
I know you would have gotten him at a much better number prior to the start of this round, but still 4-1 for Scotty.
Still a good number.
That's a little intriguing.
But 3 shots off the lead.
Yeah.
The problem is by the time you decide to go in on this one, you probably lose the number. So I guess now would be the time to go in on it if you're going to go in on it. Either way, it's waiting for you inside your BetMGM app, the first major of the year. You can grab a boost pack for the Masters and have 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. Activate one of those boost tokens for any Masters bet inside the BetMGM app. And, of course, you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. From the opening drive to the very final putt today, you can get closer to the action with the Masters inside your BetMGM app. Download it today and make it legendary. So we're down to the final day of the NBA regular season, Kate, and let's be honest, there's some matchups that we don't care about today. Let's just be honest. But there are still seedings up for grabs. It's going to be the Nuggets or the Lakers at 3 or 4 in the West. 8 and 9 are still up in the air between the Blazers and the Clippers. So, again, for what it's worth in the play-in. The East, a little more interesting because you've got the Hawks, the Raptors, the Magic, the Sixers all in play for 5 through 8. And you got the Hornets and Heat basically playing for, I guess we would call it, I don't know, what would we call it? Home court advantage in the second of those 2 play-in games. So there are things up for grabs. Admittedly, none of the Thunder, Spurs, Pistons, Celtics, Knicks, Cavs have anything to play for. Neither do the Rockets or Timberwolves. So as you look at it now, depending on how things shake out, which possible first-round matchup would you be most interested in if we get it in a week from now?
I mean, it would have to be the Nuggets Timberwolves if the Nuggets are able to stay at 3. I know there's a possibility that the Lakers can move into 3 today, but it would have to be that matchup just because, yes, we know that the Thunder and Spurs are the 2 best in the West and more than likely are going to be there at the end. But if there are any other teams within the West that could compete with those ones, it would be the Nuggets or the Timberwolves. And if they play in the first round, obviously only one team can advance. And so you've already knocked out one of the 2 competitors that you think could maybe have a run at either OKC or the Spurs. I agree with Trevor Lane that was just on with us. The Nuggets probably have a better chance of doing that than the Timberwolves do. But I still think that the 3-6, and even if it is Lakers, Timberwolves, because the Wolves, I believe, are locked in at 6, like, I don't think the Lakers can get past anyone they play in the first round without Luka or Austin Reeves, and it looks like they won't have them. So the Lakers season's kind of screwed. But Nuggets, Timberwolves, 3-6 in the West, that has to be the most intriguing for me.
I'll tell you what, I don't think it sets up the most interesting first round matchup. But when I look at the West, the thing that sets up the most interesting bracket or paths for different teams in the West would be the Lakers winning today, the Nuggets falling to 4. Okay, you get Nuggets, Rockets first round. That would be interesting, but I think the Nuggets would prevail. And then there's the possibility you would get Nuggets, Thunder in the second round, assuming, not a large assumption here, I'm not going out on a limb, that OKC would get past Phoenix, Portland, Clippers, maybe Warriors, whoever it would be. So you'd have Thunder, Nuggets in the second round. And in the second round, you'd have the Spurs against, I don't know, the T-Wolves, maybe. It would set up the possibility of the Nuggets beating the Thunder And then Nuggets Spurs. Again, I'm not saying I expect anybody to beat the Thunder, but I think it makes for a more interesting path if we've got the Nuggets at 4 rather than at 3 on the Western side.
I think so too. It would be a greater challenge for OKC than playing either the Lakers or the Rockets in the second round. And so that matchup would certainly, I think, be a deeper run where you might go 6-7 games in that series. That would make for great viewing versus if they play the Lakers or the Rockets. I don't have any faith in the Rockets, and maybe I should be giving them more credit, but I just don't have any faith in them. Like, their defense just is not good at all. Sure, KD can go off and score you a bunch of points, but like, I just don't like that team.
Yeah, I think if you give the Rockets the Lakers in the first round, like, I kind of pencil them in for a 6-game win. But after that, where's it go? Like, if it's up against OKC in the second round, that doesn't go more than 6 max, probably only 5. I'm with you. I think the Rockets are capable of scaring maybe a couple of teams like San Antonio and OKC, or maybe even Denver, but I don't see them getting past them. In the East, I think the most interesting matchup for me, and look, a lot of these lower seeded teams, like when Trevor Lane was on with us earlier, he mentioned the Hornets. We talked about the Sixers. If Embiid gets healthy and they can push past the play-in, maybe they're interesting. The Hawks are the most interesting team right now because of the way they've played over the last month and a half, maybe. And to get them against Cleveland in the first round, assuming the Hawks finish 5th, and then presumably the Pistons in the second round, all of a sudden we could be setting ourselves up for an Atlanta Hawks run to the Eastern Conference Finals, which, I don't know, 3 months ago, did anybody think that was realistic? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either, but I think it's certainly realistic today. I mean, look at the Cavs the last 2 years. They've had very high expectations going into the playoffs. And sure, I mean, in 2024, it's the year Orlando took them 7 games in the first round, and then they lost to the Celtics in the second round conference semifinals. And that was understandable to lose to that Celtics team. But last year, they won a bazillion games and get to the postseason. And sure, you sweep the Miami Heat, who come out of the play-in. But then you lose to the Pacers. You only win 1 game against them. So, like, they just kind of have underperformed significantly in the playoffs the last 2 seasons. And yeah, James Harden, but like, what's James Harden's reputation in the playoffs? Not all that great. So I know the Cavs are the 4 seed. They've had a great season, but they're certainly a beatable team. And with the way the Hawks are playing right now, that's the most interesting matchup to me, and one that I do think Atlanta could win.
Yeah. The other thing that I think is really interesting, because, and look, sorry, apologies to our friends north of the border. I don't know how many people find the Raptors very interesting right now. I know I don't. But if the Raptors finished in the play-in, okay, and didn't make it out of the play-in, let's say the Raptors finish 7th and they lose to, I don't know, the Sixers in the 7-8 game, and then lose to, I don't know, the Hornets in the second of those play-in games, and all of a sudden the Raptors are gone. I would love to see, you give me the Hornets going to Detroit, I mentioned this earlier, for a first-round series with all of the bad blood between those 2 teams. And you give me, say, the Sixers headed to Boston for a first-round series. Okay, now I'm really interested. And you'd have Magic Knicks in the first round as well. Like, all of these things set up for possibilities where one of those top 4 teams in the East or top 3 teams in the East get bounced early, and we get chaos in the East. And without having a team that I'm explicitly a fan of, that's kind of what I'm rooting for on the Eastern Conference side of the NBA playoffs, is just chaos.
Well, are the Hornets really a 9 seed? Like, their season didn't start off very well, but the second half of the year, they've played really good basketball. I mean, you look at all the wins that they've racked up since, the start of March, and it's quite a few. So they seem to have turned the corner, figured things out, whatever it was. Maybe it was injuries earlier on in the season that kind of derailed things. But the way they're playing right now, I think, is far better than what your traditional 9 seed is looking like. So I think they can certainly get out of this play-in, despite having to play 2 games in order to do so and win them both. And then, you make it into the actual playoffs, anything can happen right there. And then, I mean, as long as Embiid's healthy, like, the Sixers are a problem in the first round of the playoffs. It's when they get to the second or conference finals that everyone starts to deteriorate and everyone's body, Embiid's body falls apart
Breaks
and
down.
they're an easy out there. But it's the first round that is the most like, if you have to see the Sixers at all in the playoffs, I don't want to see them in the first round. I'd rather see them further down the road.
Yeah, if I'm the Celtics or the Knicks, like, I'm not necessarily excited about the possibility of facing the Sixers in the first round because it's entirely likely, Joel Embiid gets hurt again or something happens or he's not back from the appendectomy or whatever it may be, and you win in 5 and everything's, the world is restored to its proper order and all that. But there's also a chance that Embiid is able to play and is healthy, and Paul George is playing well, and Tyrese Maxey is Tyrese Maxey, and all of a sudden you look up and you're having a battle for 7 games against the Sixers. So even if you do get through, congratulations, you've gotten through the series, but now you've got to face the other one. Again, if you're the Knicks, you got to face the Celtics. If you're the Celtics, you got to face the Knicks. And that 2-3 side of the bracket in the Eastern Conference is going to take a ton out of whoever comes through it, so that if Detroit can survive, or like I said, if the Hawks find themselves getting past in the 5 spot and getting past Cleveland and then maybe getting past Detroit, there's just so many possibilities, like I said, for chaos on the Eastern Conference side that I'm here for. The best first round matchup, though, I still think the most interesting matchup could end up being, at least in my opinion, Cleveland-Atlanta, with both teams playing well going into the playoffs. I think that's the best possible matchup. I know everyone's going to say, the possibility of a Nuggets-T-Wolves matchup. Yes, that would be good. But for my money, I want to see Cleveland and Atlanta and see which team that's been hot or figuring things out down the stretch can carry it farther in the first round.
Chris, why have neither of us thrown out the Knicks at all as like someone who could be intriguing at some point in the playoffs? Like, is everyone just kind of out on the Knicks? And like, they're a good team. They could win a series, but like, can they really, can they really make it to the Eastern Conference Finals again?
So I think they can make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, but that's like the drop dead for me. And a lot of it would depend on matchups, obviously. Like, I think they could be kryptonite for the Celtics. And I'm trying not to base too much on what I saw Thursday night when they were without Jaylen Brown and Tatum was rusty and all that. But I think they could be the Celtics kryptonite. And again, maybe they get to the Eastern Conference Finals and they're playing the Hawks, and it's entirely possible the Knicks win. I think anytime the Knicks are involved deeper into the playoffs, it's good for the NBA because the atmosphere at the Garden translates well on TV. And could you imagine Knicks Spurs, for example, or Knicks Thunder in the NBA Finals? Either way, it's a great series. There's just a question I have about them. Like I said, coming out of maybe it's a first-round series against the Sixers and a second-round series against the Celtics, how much does that take out of them? And especially if they get to the Eastern Conference Finals and the Pistons are still around. And the Pistons have gone through 2 series, so they've seen some things now, and they're not as inexperienced as they were coming into the playoffs. That's where I go, I don't know how well the Knicks hold up all the way through. I'm not saying they can't make it to the finals, and I'm not saying if they did that I wouldn't be rooting for it because I think it would be compelling. I just don't know how well they hold up through the first 2 rounds.
The Garden aspect would be unbelievable to have a finals at the Garden. It's been a very long time since we've had
SBA
that. At the Garden would be phenomenal viewing experience. But I'm with you. I don't think they're making it out of the East. I think Pistons, Celtics, Cavs, Hawks, those are my 4 potentially.
Yeah.
I think the Hawks have a better chance than the Knicks.
It's so wide open. Like I said, the East has so many. I brought it up a couple weeks ago when we were looking at the play-in teams in the East, and like there are so many agents of chaos possible in the East that we could end up with like a Spurs Hawks final, and everybody would look up and be like, "How the hell did that happen?" And be like, "Well, yeah, they were hot at the end of the year." We'll update you on the Masters leaderboard. We've still got the two big names at the top, but they've dropped a little bit as far as a few strokes go through the first 3 holes. A couple people still within shouting distance as we approach the turn in the final few pairs of the final round of the Masters. Plus, could somebody have a really uncomfortable Thursday night of the NFL draft? We'll tell you exactly who we're talking about next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports.
for the Giants, we want Dexter here, and I believe Dexter wants to be here. That's a good formula, but there's business involved. It's a business proposition. We know it's pro football, and these things happen every year, pretty much on every team. So, not surprised by it. Good conversations with Dexter's agent, Joel Siegel. This is where we're at, so we'll just try to work through it and see where we can get down.
Your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Dexter Lawrence unhappy in New York. What does that mean for the Giants with the draft now 11 days away? We'll get into it in just a couple of minutes here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Inside the Westwood One Sports app alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. Before we wrap up our 3 stars of the day and maybe some bets for what is left of the final round of the Masters as well, where Rory McIlroy just double bogeyed 4. He's now 2 back of Cam Young and just a stroke ahead of Scotty Scheffler, Justin Rose, and Russell Henley, all at 9 under. Ooh, getting a little tight, Kate. It's getting a little tight for Rory, I got to think. 4 holes in and not looking maybe as loose and relaxed as the guy who played so well on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, this can't be a good feeling for Rory. It feels like he has kind of picked up where he left off yesterday. And that's not a good position to be in because he didn't leave off yesterday necessarily on a high note, blowing a 6-stroke lead that he went into round 3 with. So I would be a little nervous if I was Rory. I know there's still a whole lot of golf to play. He's only 4 holes in, but it's been an up and down morning so far, or up and down afternoon, I should say, for Rory. And then to have Scotty just 1 stroke back of you, that's I would not be comfortable.
No. Sam Burns has already had a rough afternoon as well. Birdied his first hole, then doubled 2 and bogeyed 3 as well. So he's back at 8 under now. Shane Lowry just pulled a move that I would pull, absolutely chunking a ball out of a bunker and hitting the lip of the bunker on the way out. So he just had a double bogey. He's dropped 3 strokes since the beginning of his first round as well, and now 6 strokes back of the lead. So there is your Masters update. Don't forget, BetMGM, the best place to get in on all the action. You can grab a boost pack for the Masters, 2 chances to boost the odds on your tournament bets. Activate one of those boost tokens for any Masters bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. From the opening drive to the final putt today, get closer to the Masters action with your BetMGM app and make it legendary. So before we get to someone who could have a very uncomfortable first night of the draft, Kate, let's talk about this Dexter Lawrence report. He's seen close friends like Leonard Williams and Saquon Barkley leave for other locations and go on to Super Bowl wins. He's been a part of this Giants team that has won just 7 games over the last 2 years. And he's also coming off his career worst season, half a sack. Lowest total of his career. Can the Giants do something with Dexter Lawrence wanting out? And if so, is there any way there's anybody necessarily lined up around the corner to make the kind of impact move that the Giants could make on a Lawrence deal? Or it feels like to me like this ship has already sailed and you got to just kind of tough it out, both sides with each other, and see if he can't put together another quality season, and maybe a year from now you're talking about looking for a way out.
Well, it is interesting that he's asking for a trade coming off of the season that you just laid out that he had, one of the worst of his career, and then he's only halfway through his current contract. So usually these conversations take place when a player is coming off a career year and closer to the end of their contract, and then maybe that makes sense. But I'm not sure it makes sense for the Giants to trade him at all. I mean, he's one of the best at his positions, and for a Giants team that lacks a lot of talent in various spots, like to be able to have him on the defensive line and able to do what clearly he didn't do it all that well last year, but I don't think you necessarily just replace him. You can replace him with trading him. Like maybe you get some good assets back, but like I don't think you go into the draft and say, okay, well, we'll draft for his position and we'll just backfill it that way. It's those players don't develop quite as quickly at that position where you're hitting the same caliber that
Right.
Dexter Lawrence is at right now.
Yeah, and look, they're in a tough spot too, where I get that they want John Harbaugh to come in and have an immediate impact, and maybe he does have some positive impact just because he's a veteran head coach who's been through a ton, and particularly on the offensive side of the ball, bringing in Isaiah Likely, bringing in Falele as well, who was a Baltimore Raven. They go out and get Mooney, so they deepen the receiving core just a little bit, as well as Calvin Austin III. So they're trying to put these weapons around Jackson Dart to bolster the offense. There's been talk about if Jeremiah Love is there at 5, maybe they go with him as well. That's a nice 1-2 punch in the backfield. Love and Scattaboo. You put all of that together, though, the defense still needs a ton of work. And so I think if you are going to make a move on Lawrence, if you're going to do it this offseason, you have to do it with the understanding that you're not going to get nearly the kind of return you may have a year ago, obviously, or you may get in another year if he has a bounce back season. But you also need to acknowledge that bounce back season may not happen, and you may be left with absolutely nothing if he goes completely in the tank this year.
And where are the Giants in their rebuild? Like, do they rebuild?
Right.
I mean, do they think that they're a year or two off where if they keep Lawrence, like he's going to be one of their main pieces on that defensive line going forward? Or are they like, okay, well, we're still years away from this. Let's try and get as many assets back from him as we can and then like rebuild in that manner. That's kind of a conversation that I think is probably happening as well. I mean, Giants are bad, but they have some decent pieces to build around, right? Like, I don't think they're this is the very bottom of their full tear down rebuild type of thing. They're on the upslope.
I would say, yeah, they are definitely on the upslope. I think it's another year away, maybe another year away from playoff contention. So like, I still see them as like a 7-win team this year if everything goes well. And then in 2027, we're talking about maybe a 9-win team that's battling for a wild card spot. And hopefully they're all the way back towards their peak. Now, you also risk the fact that you're going to be hitting that peak towards the very end of Jackson Dart's rookie contract. But I think that's the best you can hope for at this point, given the way they've had to build this out now, given that Lawrence, it looks like, wants out as well, and you have no idea what you're going to get from him, even if he does stick around this year. So, yeah, there's too many pieces in flux, especially on the defensive side of the ball, that I would feel good about them being anything more than a 7-win team this year, even if everything goes well. Mentioned Jackson Dart there, another young quarterback to keep an eye on, obviously, because he's coming out in the first round of the draft and going to Pittsburgh for the draft. Not like going to the Steelers, but going to Pittsburgh for the draft. Ty Simpson of Alabama is going to attend the draft, Kate. Could he be this year's Shedeur? And I don't mean in the way he performs in his rookie season. What I mean is, could he just have to sit around for an uncomfortably long wait to actually get drafted?
Yeah, I think that is certainly a possibility. Here's one question that I have. I don't know how this all works. When players get invited to the draft, do they start with X amount of players, and if anyone declines, you're the next, like on a wedding guest list, you have your tier 1, and then you have your for those that decline, all of a sudden you have an open invite to give someone. Like, did that happen to Ty Simpson at all with Fernando Mendoza not being at the draft now? And they're like, okay, well, we need a quarterback to represent, the quarterback class here. It would be weird to not have a quarterback at the draft. Ty, you're the next closest. Why don't you come to Pittsburgh here? Like, I don't know the logistics of those invites, but that's a good question. In my mind.
I also wonder, what does he know and what do his representatives know about the teams that are interested in him? So, for example, I would think I don't have the list of his pre-draft visits in front of me, but I would suspect it includes the Jets and the Cardinals, or at the very least, the Jets and the Cardinals are both interested in Ty Simpson. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going during the first round. But is Ty Simpson the kind of guy who is willing to go and just absorb the experience on Thursday night and say, hey, it might not be either one of those teams. Like, it might not be the Jets at 16. It might not be the Cardinals trading back into the late first round. I might have to wait for Friday night, and I may have to be the first or second pick on Friday night. But either way, at least I'm there on Thursday in case something happens. But I think I have a good feeling I'm going 33 or 34 to the Jets or the Cardinals. Like, and I'm willing to be that guy that sits there all night on Thursday night.
Yeah. I mean, if he knew he wasn't going in the first round, like if he was being mocked more in like the third, I wouldn't go. Why would you want to go and subject yourself to sitting there all night knowing that you most likely weren't? For the experience, yeah, that's a really cool thing. But I don't know. I mean, a quick little search here, and he's met with the Jets.
Yep.
And then there's reports that he could meet with the Cardinals, the Browns, and the Dolphins prior to the draft. Dolphins is interesting with Malik Willis.
I agree, but the Dolphins is one that, like, if we're sitting there around 9:30, 10 o'clock on Thursday night of the first round, and everyone's looking at each other, maybe even a little later, maybe late first round, right? Because the Dolphins have that pick at 11, which I don't think they would use on Simpson. But they have that pick at 30 as well that they got in the deal with the Broncos, Jalen Waddle. So they've got the 30th pick overall as well, and they go, we have Malik Willis. We just paid him. Yeah, we've got Quinn Ewers, but he's a depth guy. He's a backup. I wouldn't be shocked at all to see that.
Really?
If they go, hey, or, I mean, you know, at the very least, they're going to listen to a possible trade up there at 30.
Yeah.
So they've got to decide, hey, what are we willing to take in exchange for giving up this pick that maybe could be this guy? The Dolphins I look at as like a long shot dark horse for Simpson, but it wouldn't totally shock me. Wouldn't totally shock me. I would go, yep, they brought him in for a visit. They've had an eye on this thing, even though they just spent money on Willis.
Well, I think the fact that they're even wanting him to bring him in on a visit shows that, sure, maybe, yeah, you just paid Willis. Are you 100% sold on him, or you're just totally not sold on Quinn Ewers being your number 2 guy, and you know you need to go find someone at number 2 because he's clearly not going to be in that spot for you going forward.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of an insurance policy, too, against Malik Willis maybe falling out and not being the guy that you just paid. Okay, at least we've got this young guy on the back burner in Simpson who we believe in. If you take him at 30, that, again, wouldn't shock me at all. Speaking of insurance, this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Coming up next, our 3 best moments of the show, our 3 stars, maybe some bets for you as well, plus one final update from Augusta as we're in the middle of the final round of the Masters. All coming up here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Cameron Young, a two-stroke lead now through 5 at Augusta over Rory McIlroy, who had a double bogey at 4 and has dropped into a 3-way tie at 10 under alongside Justin Rose and Russell Henley. Scotty Scheffler lurking like a creep outside your front window, Kate. He's lurking 9 under through 7, just waiting to make his move. That is your Masters update as we get ready to wrap up the show here on BetMGM Game Day. Let's each make a Masters bet right now, just based on where we're at and what the numbers are right now. Cam Young is plus 125. Rory is now down to 3-1. Justin Rose plus 450. Scheffler plus 550. Russell Henley 9-1. Sam Burns, they're saying boo earns 25-1. Jason Day 100-1. Give me a Masters bet right now based on where we're at.
I'm going Justin Rose plus 450. Let's get our first green jacket, Justin. You're always in there at the end. You've played in these tight, like late 4th round, final round matchups before. I think Rose, this could be his time. I'm not like sold on Cameron Young holding on to this lead. It's a 2-shot lead and Rory's not playing well. Sure, Scotty's very intriguing at 550, but I'm going to go with Justin Rose to get us first.
You know what? I like the call. I am going to go with a guy who is, I keep saying it, we've said it all morning since we came on the air and watched the early starts rack up scores. A guy who has taken that approach so far. He's gained 4 strokes through the first 8 holes. Russell Henley started the day 6 under, is now 10 under, and just 2 strokes off the lead. And last I checked, his best finish ever at a major was tied for 4th at the Masters 3 years ago. Russell Henley is going to get his first major championship. Plus, I just like the number, too. The number right now is 9-1. So let's go with it.
Wait, Russell Henry is 8 under for the day? 4, okay, never mind. Nope. You said it right.
4 under.
You said it right. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right. I like it. It.
So I'll go with that. Those are our bets for what remains of the final round of the Masters. We asked the question earlier as well, Kate, are the Pirates for real? They've got a 6-2 lead on the Cubs at Wrigley right now. Brandon Lau, a pair of homers, including a grand slam.
Ooh,
so
that would have been a nice number to take on Brandon Lau to have a homer or 2 today. Always hindsight, but Pirates might be they'll sweep the Cubs if they win this, right?
Yep, they will sweep the Cubs and move to 10-5, I think. Is that right? 10-5?
Wow, Chris. Congratulations.
I don't know if I'm ready.
This is fun.
I'm not ready for I know it's scary is what it is. It's very scary, and I don't know if I'm ready to handle it. I don't know if I'm ready for a world where my Pirates have the second best record in baseball, which they do already, I guess.
No.
So, all right, let's get to our 3 favorite moments of the day, our 3 stars of the day. Let's hit it.
Three.
Pretty good job by the Raiders. Not every guy who goes 1 overall is going to be Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. I don't think he has that ceiling. But, I mean, you remember that really nice year for the Titans where they were the number 1 seed in the AFC. I think Tannehill went 33 touchdowns, 7 picks that year. If he's that, then home run hit by the Raiders. If he's a guy that hovers between like the 11th and 15th best quarterback in football consistently throughout his career, if he has like a Kirk Cousins arc where that's kind of where he lives throughout his career, and you know who do the Raiders just bring in to be their quarterback this year? Oh, Kirk Cousins. Would you look at that?
Jarrett Bailey of SB Nation earlier talking about his expectations for Fernando Mendoza his first year in Vegas, Kate. I'm just expecting the endorsement from Kohl's for these two to go out and buy khakis and polos together, Mendoza and Cousins.
I mean, the sponsorships just write themselves. Yeah, that, great clips. I mean, Fernando Mendoza doesn't have the most intricate haircut either. I think those two might have some fun. A great afternoon. Like, that was my afternoon in, like, high school. You go out with the girls, you get your hair done, you hit the mall, you go shopping. That's what you hit up Kohl's, you go to Great Clips. A little bonding for those quarterbacks.
I love it. Our number 2 star of the day.
2.
Yeah, I think there absolutely needs to be grace for Jason Tatum. And I think that you have to remember, it's easy to get caught up in the moment of the playoffs and you must win and we got to advance and we got to win and all of this. But we have to remember the Boston Celtics, they're playing with house money. I mean, this was supposed to be a gap year and they're the 2 seed. This was supposed to be a year where they took a step back. They traded away Kristaps Porzingis, traded away Drew Holiday, shed salary. Tatum is dealing with a torn Achilles. And here they are. They've had this incredible season. If it doesn't end in a championship, and by the way, I have them as the favorites right now to come out of the East. But if it doesn't end in a championship, that does not necessarily mean failure. Just as if Jason Tatum struggles a bit in the playoffs, and he may not. He's going to have his games where he's excellent as well. But if he does have some hiccups there, it's very understandable. It's not a reason for fans to be upset. This has been an incredible season for Boston, a season that nobody saw coming.
Trevor Lane of the NBA front office show in Lakers Nation talking about Jason Tatum and the Celtics. I don't know. I have my questions, Kate, about a couple rusty games from Tatum in the same series and what that means for them pushing beyond, say, the second round.
I don't know, Chris. I mean, I think the fact that Tatum came back as quickly as he did, sure, maybe there's a little rust on there, but Trevor's right. Like, this Celtics team is playing with house money here, and sometimes that's the most successful way to play is kind of when you're playing free and not having those expectations. And I don't think the Celtics have necessarily those high expectations or as high expectations on them this year. So Celtics in my book could be going pretty deep in the East.
And our number 1 star.
1.
Would have to think so. I mean, I've never once heard a major champion in their post presser and media say, "I found it on the range on Saturday night of a major championship." Like, we've never heard that before. In fact, I don't know. I mean, we've got all the Golf Channel and the live ats and we see what's going on after rounds. Can you the amount of time the guy that won on Sunday spent on the range on Saturday night, historically for all majors, is probably pretty low. Other than maybe like a small thing, maybe finished earlier, wanted to get a few more shots in before going home. So, yeah, that's never a good sign. That's never a good sign.
Great stuff from Jeff Feinberg of the Hammer HQ earlier, talking about Rory being out on the range late last night. And we're seeing it manifest itself. McIlroy now 2 shots off the lead after a double bogey on 4.
3, Chris. He just bogeyed 5. So we are at, he is tied with Scheffler at 9 under right now. Not a great couple holes for Rory McIlroy.
Like we said off the top of the show, this is going to be a day, good or bad, that defines Rory's legacy going forward. Yep. And it looks like it's going to be bad. He's going to go, he may go out this year as the guy who blew a 6-stroke Saturday lead, going into Saturday, and doesn't finish in a tournament where he had no pressure on him coming in. None, because he just won last year.
That's the thing. He got the monkey off his back last year, right? No. Now a collapse as epic as what we're seeing right now.
Russell Henley down to 10 under. There it is. Bang.
Woo! All right,
another
Chris.
bird for Russell the Love Muscle. Here we go. Henley. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We want to say, as she exits to maternity leave, all the best to Kate Constable, you, your wonderful husband, your lovely baby girl to be. We're not counting on you choosing one of the names we threw out there earlier, but we are counting on you doing a fantastic job, getting through it like a champ, and we look forward to having you back later in the summer when you're off maternity leave.
Thanks, guys. I am very excited. I will miss you plenty. Thanks for kind of pulling some extra weight over the last couple of weeks as I've been, trying to just survive this last month of pregnancy. But I'll miss you guys. I'll check in. I'll listen on Sundays, and I'll be back before you know it.
Best of luck when you're trying to do your best to fall asleep in the middle of the night as the baby nods off in your arms, after that late night feeding. Just punch up the old BetMGM game day. We'll be happy to lull you to sleep.
Exactly. That's
for
the plan.
Zach, for Grant, for Max, and for Kate, I'm Chris Mack. We'll talk to you again next Sunday here on BetMGM Game Day.